Ha! Ha ha! Tonight we're going to be a little funny. We're covering an old school tabletop role playing game known as Toon. Well, the first edition. I know there's a newer edition out recently, from what I've heard, but I have no experience with that. And at least this year, I cover old school tabletop role playing games currently from 1974 up until 1999. I'm going through them. There's a lot left to go, but here we are. Here we are. Tonight's going to be a lot of fun. Toon is a really fun game, though I'll be real with you, it's a very simple game. As far as doing the rundown on Toon, that's going to be pretty fast and straightforward, though I'm going to have an alternative take tomorrow, as tomorrow I'm covering GURPS. So even though tonight's going to be a simple rundown on the game Toon, very simplistic game, but fun, tomorrow night's going to be GURPS, which is going to be a little bit of a longer rundown, a longer overview of the entire thing, right? But tonight's going to be a little bit of fun. I'm definitely on early because there's only so much to say about Toon. Toon's going to be a quickly, overviewed game. Yes, Craig. Greetings from Wales. What's up there, Craig? I always know you're going to be usually first here, most of the time, right? I know you were looking forward to this one, Toon. I'll try my best not to disappoint. I've considered going over these things, so I advance how I do this, how I overview these games for you guys. Really trying to come up with a way that there's a lot of games that can be very similar to each other. Or even the explanation for the game, when I go over it before going over it again, it can sound generic. No, it's not incorrect, but it can sound the same from one to another. There could be generic parts. And I really try my best to get the identity of the game covered. Like when I do a part, I want you to know that's Toon. I want to know what makes it Toon, what makes it separate. And so when I cover character creation or how to run, those little parts of the overview, I want to make sure that it's, even if there is generic parts of the game, I want to get the identity onto the part so you can hear Toon in that part of the rundown, right? It's been a focus. Early on when I started covering these things, I would find parts where the part I'm covering is right. It could even be similar, in which many games can be similar from one game to another, but it can sound generic. Roots of Toon, anyway. Oh, I hear you. Well, then I really hope to impress you here, Craig. I think you will be. I've done 3 rewrites on Toon, and that's trying to, again, make sure it's not sounding generic, right? That's... When I first started doing these overviews, I just felt a few things I did sounded generic for some games, even though all the information for those games is completely correct. It's good advice, it's good information, but sometimes I feel like the identity of the game is left out. Right? I could have said that for several other games. And even if I talk about similar things from one game to another, I want you to know when I'm talking about that game that it's that game. Like there is an essence that separates it from the other ones, even with similarity. So just learning how to get that right. I think I've done that in the last couple months, but I look at a game like Toon that's very simplistic and go, okay, I just got to make sure it's not generic. Not generic. I can't help. I start early tonight because I know there's only a little bit of rundown. Sorry if there's any odd background sounds. I can't get rid of real life. There shouldn't be hammering or anything like that, but, somebody driving up with their music blaring. Early in the day, it's like 6 p.m. for me, just to let you guys know. Now, I started early tonight because Toon, again, there's only so much meat on the bone, but I think you know that, especially Craig. You get what I'm saying. There's only so much meat on the bone with Toon compared to a lot of other games. Like GURPS tomorrow night, man, that's packed. That's packed. Though both games have something similar, they don't really initially have a setting in the way you think settings for tabletop role playing games. Tonight has sort of an idea of what a setting is, and I'll cover that. Tomorrow night with GURPS, there's no really setting at all to cover, but there is expanded books. I think a lot of people confuse those expanded books as being a setting. No, you would be confused. The expansion books to the original game, when it comes to trying to give you a setting, they really just teach you how to make one for your game. Right? There's some people out there I seem like, man, those they're a great book. That's a setting. You go buy this, and it's like, it's not exactly a setting you're buying when you buy extended books for GURPS. It's just teaching you how to make one. The publication of Who Censored Roger Rabbit, literally the tip of the iceberg. Oh yeah. Tonight's game really does it does lean into a lot of the Roger Rabbit stuff. There's no exact character death, but there is sort of like an ending for a character. There is hit points. They do come back, but there is sort of a way to. So in that way, it's I would call it falling, not death. That's what they call it. Like a character falling, right? You don't really die. You go down. You come back. So character death is not a major focus of the game. I remember you pointing that out to me there when we were talking about storytelling, which character death can be important for so many games. But for Toon, that's not the element or experience. And remember, I've always argued that the experience is the main thing. If the experience requires character death for what that experience is, then it's important. But in a game like Toon, it's an alternative experience the designer or designers want you to have with the game. So I totally get it, right? And you got to buy in. That's the idea. You want to buy into what they want, right? You could play it ridiculous, and I think there is a ridiculous side that's meant to be part of the game, but I still think it's quality and performance. There is a slight structure still there. That's all important. And if you actually play to what it is instead of trying to be too out there, it is actually a lot more fun. I actually think if you actually play a bit to the proper structure of it, do the pacing properly as a game master, most games are always going to be on the game master's performance, not the players. Most games are very forgiving towards players. They just expect you to play and try. That's it. And as long as you're putting your best foot forward, most games are not expecting more from you. Like, it's okay for you to make a bad character. Like, there's good advice for making a good character, but the games don't really care if you make a bad one and you learn the hard way, right? Most old school games especially really put the pressure on the game master, right? It's their performance is what makes the game. Regardless if you made a good character or bad character, you should be able to have a good experience to a degree, no matter what kind of character you made, as long as you try, and as long as you got a good game master that is performing, pacing it correctly, doing things correctly, really going after what the designer wants. So most games, I would hear a lot of criticism back in the day. Well, this game puts a lot of pressure on the game master. I'm like, that's pretty much every old school game. I don't know why there's even a criticism on that. Most every old school game puts a lot of pressure on the person running it, and very few games put a lot of pressure on players. Like one exception, and then it's on the game master too to get the player to play right, or play to it, buy in. Castle Falkenstein, right? That could be one where it's storytelling, or even Pendragon is a bit where the game master should get on you to play in a certain way. Where in a game like Bushido, it would be beneficial if you play to what's there, but it's okay if you don't. The consequences are in the game. That's what I mean by that. You say, well, you should play a certain way. No, the game is like many other games. If you play the way you want, the game will give you consequences. That's it. Takes care of that, no problem. And you either learn from the consequences, like many games, or you keep just going down a bad road. Right? You keep spoiling the experience, mostly for yourself, but possibly the other players, right? But most old school games are are not that hard on players, even though it seems like it is. Like if you take playing, making a certain character a certain way is like that's pressure on you, the player. Well, not really, because the game doesn't say that you can't make a bad character. The game doesn't say you can't talk out a turn, to an NPC in Bushido in a certain way. The game is saying go ahead, but there'll be consequences. For the game master, though, on the other hand, for them to keep screwing up is to screw up the experience. So them game masters getting it right, that becomes really important. And if a game master doesn't get most games right, you can't even get a fair judgment call from players. Meaning it's okay to not like a certain game, but I always say you have to run to the game master that's going to run it in the way the designers intend. I'm not saying anybody runs it wrong. You run games whatever way you want, but designers do have an intent. And if you run it the way they intend it and them players don't like it, okay, you don't like that game. But most of the time I've heard criticism about old school games. You look at the guy running it and you'll hear a player going, that's generic. And I'm like, well, it is because he's not running it the way the designer intended it to be ran. So it feels generic, but if the game master did what the designer wanted and achieved it through performance, that game likely would not feel generic to you at all. Like even slow pressure. There's games like I just mentioned Bushido. Bushido is a great example of a game that can be exciting even to someone who might think they only want action. It can be. But if you give it to the wrong game master and they perform in a very generic way, you get a generic experience and you match that with the slowness of everything else. And that's going to feel off to you. And you're going to judge it as a poor game. Where if I run it correctly, I want to watch my language here, run it the way the designers intend for me to run it for you, I think a lot of players out there would find themselves actually enjoying that even when they thought that wasn't their cup of tea. Like there is unique experiences out there that have suffered from the majority of people trying to run those games, not running them the way they're intended to be ran. I mean, I use Bushido as a great example because almost every guy I've seen run it ran it in a way it's not meant to be ran based on designer. Same thing with Cyberpunk. Most guys I've seen try to run Cyberpunk for what it was because I would hear these opinions about it being generic or boring. I feel like, well, almost every guy I see it is not running it the way the designer intends the game to be ran. And people get confused by how do I run Cyberpunk in the right way? But it was bad explanations, I think, personally. Cyberpunk is the way it explains what you're meant to do as a game master can seem really hard. It's only until you go to a game like Villains and Vigilantes or DC Heroes and you look at the spotlighting method that they walk you through in a very common sense way. If you take that concept back to Cyberpunk and you understand that what the designer really is asking you to is spotlight characters in 70 to 80% of the scenes correctly, that will make more sense to you than the way the game actually tries to explain to a game master what they're meant to do. Right? It's way more simplistic, but the material doesn't teach you that part of the game that well, where you're really meant to be spotlighting in a way that you want to do in Traveler. Like say, Cyberpunk is Traveler in many ways. You are in Traveler, you don't really get a spotlight. You let players lead the game and play the way they want, right? You just react with the world. It's not about focused spotlight. You let players just take control. Whereas Cyberpunk, it's Traveler, but as a game master, you're meant to be spotlighting each character in 70 to 80% of the scenes if you do what the designer intends, right? But when you read the explanation for spotlighting, it doesn't really tell you that directly. It's very vague and telling you, focus on the different characters, get players to play their characters. And it's like, dude, you're just talking about spotlighting. You are doing a word salad game here, dude. And if I go over to Villains and Vigilantes or DC Heroes, your explanation is then clarified through those games as spotlighting. That's really what you're asking game masters to do, And Cyberpunk is to properly spotlight characters in quite a few scenes, like 70 to 80% of the scenes. And through the spotlight, getting players to play more to who their characters are, the feel of the setting, what they're doing, the experience they have, what the players have with the game, because they're playing characters that are meant for the setting. See, the characters in Cyberpunk are as much part of the setting as every other element. And for you to experience the setting, playing the characters in a certain way means you'll get the feel of, this is what the designer intends. You'll get the feel of what the setting is. And I believe that to be completely true, right? But you can get very confused on the way it explains it to you. So it just doesn't explain the most simplistic thing. You're spotlighting. That's really what you're doing. If you break it down, you're spotlighting character. So each scene is like, how do I spotlight characters into the scene? How do I, in the fight, how do I, say, put all these characters into it in their own ways? Like, how do I have something happen where this character can take part, this character can take part? It's like going over to DC Heroes and you have Batman and Superman. Well, you might have a scene where there's the bomb in the building. Superman could fly up, break into the building, grab the bomb, and fly up. But you might have it where if he does that, the bomb would blow up. He has to be careful. If not, he could hurt people. So how do you have Batman come into the scene? Well, Batman becomes an investigator. You have him go into parts of the building to find out how you safely take the bomb out. So you're spotlighting both characters. Superman can go in and just bang through. Batman is there to make sure he doesn't do it carelessly. Batman is spotlighted, going in to investigate, getting the information. He passed it off to Superman. Superman is spotlighted, breaking into the building, doing the thing right, getting the bomb without hurting people, flying it up. That's how you make both characters, even though one's superpower, one's not, both characters become important to the scene. Their skills become valuable. Batman might not be super powerful, but by learning what you need to do safely to get the bomb out without hurting people, he becomes super valuable in the scene, even though you have Superman with great power who could just fly in, grab the bomb. But if he doesn't, it's going to blow up. So that's an example of spotlighting correctly, where you make people with various different powers as important, in the same scene, as important to each other, even though one's superpower, one's not. That's good spotlighting. Spotlighting is something you carry over to Cyberpunk, and you learn about the different characters as a game master. And again, you need to make each one of them, you got to find ways to make each one of them important to the scene, right? Important to, even if it were combat, one might be combative, one's not. Well, how do you apply that? So I just gave you the idea of how you would do that with Batman and Superman. Suddenly Batman, who's not super powerful, becomes vital to the scene. Actually, his skills of investigation or something become super vital to the game. And in some cases, you can even get to the point of spotlighting where Batman becomes more important than Superman in a lot of scenes where there's things to do, right? So suddenly Superman, no matter how powerful he is, can, if you do it wrong almost, you can almost make him take a back seat to Batman. And Batman becomes more important because, say you're doing spotlighting where there's more activities for Batman and the scene more calls on him to do something than Superman. So you can do that. You can actually get to the point where the spotlighting is, you break the balance, but you actually break it where it's beneficial to Batman over Superman. But you could do it the other way too. And the idea of Cyberpunk is to make sure you're not breaking balance, right? Just like that scene with Batman and Superman, you want to spotlight the different characters in Cyberpunk in a certain way. You don't do that with Toon here. With the Toon game, it's not about spotlighting in that way. It is about being funny and letting the players get an idea of what they can do with their characters, what they're bringing to the table. But players have freedom. That's the great thing about these games. Players have freedom just to play it the way they want, like many games, where it doesn't matter if they made a great character or a bad character. As long as the game master performs the way the designer intends, and then it's okay for a player not to do well. It's like it's okay. I talked to someone today just about Cyberpunk spotlighting, and I figured I'd mention this detail in case he listens later, which we've already talked about, but it's really, it's good to understand that spotlighting effect from DC heroes and villains and vigilantes is really what Cyberpunk is asking you to do. Now, most guys don't do it. That's where you can get players that will go into a game like Cyberpunk, and the game masters don't even really try, or they think they're trying and they're not doing it right. So whatever the designer intends is not happening. So then there's other elements that a game master might be skilled at. He might be really good at doing NPCs and other things. But at that stage, it's a lot less about the game bringing that value. It is the game master carrying over little things like making a non-player character interesting. Like game masters can be very creative when they're not sure what to do with the game. So game masters that have some skills, they can bring those skills, but then you realize they could just bring those skills to any game, right? But are you really getting Cyberpunk the way the designer intends for you to experience Cyberpunk? And how interesting is it to actually try Cyberpunk the way the designer intends for you to experience a game? I have a lot of skills. I can go to a game where I'm not really sure of it, and I could try to I can make it fun for you in many ways. But am I really doing what the designer intends for me to do? Right? And then how much do I understand the game? Like you'll see a lot of guys nowadays, so go on to judge games. This is how hero games were. This is how this kind of game was. I'm like, no, that's just because you don't understand the games from back then. That's what you're admitting. Like, I get why you think this of the old games, because you didn't understand the designer's intent with the game. So your actual take on the entire thing becomes flawed, right? You actually don't even know what you're judging. You have a complete misunderstanding of the game, so you're judging it poorly. There's a very clear link between the culture of Renaissance Italy and William Randolph Hearst newspaper post-World War I cartoons are commedia dell'arte, printed in later animated form. Yeah. Yes, definitely. But I do hear a lot of conversations about what people think, like, this is how the old hero games were, or this old game was. And I'm like, you think that because you don't understand it. That's why you have these thoughts about these games. They don't actually line up with what the game intended. And it'd be nice to hear guys talk about these things if they totally understood the games better. Like, because that bit of education would help them. I'm not even saying it to offend people, but it'd be nice to know that guys know the game so they know what they're criticizing. Because I see some guys out here, they'll criticize a game and they'll be like, so I did this. And I'm like, well, some of those games did the same thing. But your take on the game means you don't even know that. You think you're bringing up a unique idea. That's already been covered. Like your new idea is not new at all. It's just it went over your head when you tried to understand the game. It's what happened with a lot of old games. It just went over people's heads. Same thing with D&D. D&D is no different. That's why a lot of my recent explanations about really how the designers intend for you to play or run D&D, old school Dungeons and Dragons, a lot of the guys didn't know. Like I know guys who have been doing it for decades who I can explain this to, and they'll be like, oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. And I'm like, yeah. It's like making up 5 characters for AD&D 1E because you're going to go through a meat grinder because you're going to go at a lot of action. When in reality, most of the time, especially for an experienced player, most of the time, you should be able to avoid character death. Doesn't mean you do, and the game definitely has the places where you can fail and that can all flop on you. But at least you probably wouldn't have to go through 5 characters, right? Most of the time, you can actually survive on 1 character if you play it right? If you avoid things. And then when you look at like monster encounters in that game, it all talks about how you avoid, especially from levels 1 to 3. So, and once I explain this stuff, it actually makes sense to guys. Like a lot of guys, old school guys, will go, I don't get gold piece to experience. I mean, I think I should drop that in the game. I'm like, not if you run it the way the designers intend. So if most players are avoiding combat, how do they get experience points outside of combat to get their character up to the next level? Treasure, especially gold. Now, what do you do when you get a surplus of gold in this way? How does it manage it? How does it balance it out? You got to go pay for new gear and training. People will start going like, oh, that actually makes a lot more sense. Yeah, that's why you want to get the gold for experience, because you want to take that to get your training done. And from levels 1 to 3, you should be avoiding most combat and not using combat just as a way to gain experience. And actually, you can actually gain some experience from combat in most cases just by avoiding the combat itself, right? And it's all, and you see all the, when you get to encounters, they don't even talk about non-combat encounters. They just talk about encounters, and it's all about negotiating your way out, avoiding. None of it's saying run into it. It treats combat like many other old school games, D&D in early levels. It treats it like a punishment. What do I mean? It sucks up your resources. And even it's even talked about in that way. Like it's more of a punishment, combat in D&D early from levels 1 to 3, that is something you're meant to be doing. So from levels 1 to 3, you don't just avoid the dragon, you should be avoiding the goblins as well. Right? It's only saying under conditions that you fail to negotiate your way out. It's because it treats it like a punishment. Then you do it. And when you go to the description of combat, how they see it from those levels, it's resource draining. It's all punishment, not something you're meant to do to build up your levels. That's treasure. And it takes the mystery away, because a lot of people go, well, why do they have a gold piece and you get an experience for each gold piece? Once you realize you're not meant to do combat and treasure is the way you level up, you go, oh, now that makes complete sense. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It clarifies things. But Cyberpunk is the same way. A lot of people don't know you spotlight. A lot of the hero games don't even know, like a lot of the guys who ran hero games don't even know how to balance out a Batman and Superman through spotlighting. They're not even that good at it. I hate to say it, or maybe they don't totally understand it when they're doing it. Like again, spotlighting can become an imbalancing where you can actually get it to the point where Batman becomes more important than Superman in most scenes if you're not doing it right. It's not just Superman getting a hit of Batman because of the superpower, right? Just saying. So balance, performance, pacing was a big issue for old school game designers, and they always assumed, here's why they thought this could be a thing. First off, they want good games, and your PlayStation needs to perform well to play the game, right? The game master. They always assumed, if you go back and read interviews, they assumed the best, most talented, skilled people in your group were the ones that were going to run the games. That's the honest truth. That's what the old school thought. That your most talented people would be the people at the head of the table. So it might seem really, you might hear criticisms, this is too hard on the game master. I'm like, yeah, for the average person taking part in the hobby, that's too much. But for your most talented, skilled person in your group, that actually should not be too much. So most game designers assumed the most talented people in your friend group or in your social group or at your clubs were the people stepping up to run the games. What they didn't realize is, and I said this before, the game master position became so respected, like in a hierarchy way, by many players, that at one point you get a lot of people that are not that talented that want that respect. And then AD&D 1E comes out and gives what I call the first real path to somebody without that kind of talent or skill being able to run a game, which is run it raw and run the module. The book becomes king. No longer, see, remember what Gary Gygax said? The dungeon master is king. If you go to tournament play, though, a store owner could run the game for you and run it semi-credibly by running it by the book through the module. The book becomes king. And when the book becomes king, your talent becomes secondary. And that's what happened with a lot of the WotC gaming. Talent became secondary to the book. So look at 5e. 5e, the book is king. AD&D 1E tournament play, the book is king. And when you promote raw, you're promoting the book is king. And you don't even know it. See, what's great about old school D&D? It's flexible. You can add things, take away, and you would know that. You would understand just there is a generic for a certain reason, so you could do what you want with it. Right? But if you get to AD&D 1E and tournament play, you go raw and module. Your talent and skill becomes secondary. Most games still meant for you to be skilled. Second edition actually dropped tournament play, so I think what you seen was a lot of these untalented AD&D 1E guys could not move up to second edition because they depended on raw, book is king, and module. Just didn't have the it factor for running BECME. That's why they're not big fans of BECME. A lot of the AD&D 1E DMs. It will seem weird. You'll be, why do they stick to that game so much? I'm like, there's a reason. Not all, though. Not all. Some people with talent run the game, but run AD&D 1E separate from tournament play style. So I know a lot of guys that run 1E that are very talented guys that are there for nostalgia reasons, complete truth. But there are still to this day a lot of 1E Advanced Dungeons and Dragons DMs that simply are not the most talented people at the table. Raw means book is king, module play. And it's a way to cover your ass where why would that be why would I notice that? You might think I'm being crude, but why would I notice that? It's from an era when every game, even the other D&D games, all expect talent. So why wouldn't that stick out to a guy like me? I go run Traveler, I got to be talented. I run Pendragon, I got to be talented. Fuck, I run Call of Cthulhu, I got to be talented. I run Palladium, I got to be talented. I run BECME or OD&D, I got to be talented. I run second edition, I got to be talented. Don't you think I'm going to notice when I look at tournament play and go, wait, hold up there, buddy. No. The book is not king, as Gary makes it clear. The DM is king. And if you go by raw, the DM is not king, the book is king. So that's why to new people in the hobby or people that came into the old school later, they might not notice this fact, but it sticks out like a sore thumb to me because I did a lot of the old school gaming. So if I'm going from game to game that expects me to have talent and skill, I'm going to look over at a game when it doesn't and notice it. Like, whoa. But I sort of understood it. It's so a store owner or somebody could be hired. So imagine they wanted to hire you at the store to run a tournament game to sell the game. Well, how could they just have somebody new come in and run D&D without any experience? And run it in a way that could pass. That's raw, by the book with the module. So you're basically another DM has done the work for you with the adventure. That's why I teach people how to make their own adventures and their own settings, because real game masters can do that. Right? We don't need modules. Right? But a guy who might not be that great at this. I mean, am I lying? Anybody, am I lying? If you go by the book, it's raw. The book runs the game. If the module is another dungeon master's adventure. That's not you at all. The store owner could run that and get by and sell D&D for TSR. And what was happening with TSR, that if you're not from the old school, if you weren't there during the era, what was the issue? See, if you're there in the era, you know something about public gaming and the bigger gaming groups and all this. There was a lack of people running games during BECME and OD&D. They just didn't build up a community of DMs. Understand how new the hobby was, even in the early years. You didn't have a shitload of DMs to cover all the potential new players coming in as customers. So what do you do to make sure you got guys to run the game publicly, to be able to sort of maybe take, because a lot of guys took that tournament style at home. You make it that the guys running it don't really need talent or skill. And they can get by running it by the book and running it with the module. I remember my first experience, and I've said this story before. I went and tried a guy's game who does the book and the module for the first time. I wanted to try one of these guys' games, and I gave him this little simple thing. I said, okay, we're fighting these type of bird creatures, and the bird goes down. I'm like, I'm going to stomp my horse over the bird and crush him. Now, that's not directly stated in the game. Any good game master would just probably look at the damage the horse does and say, all right, roll, we'll do this really quick. Experienced DM would do that, no problem. But what happens to these tournament guys? Because they go by the book. Over 30 minutes. I didn't want to extend it to real time, probably closer to 45 minutes, to be honest, before he made a decision that I could just roll damage from the horse. The guy panicked because what I asked him to do wasn't in the book. And he would preach at people, do what's by the book. I came in the middle of this game and started a character where I think he just forgot to have his talk with me, right? And he knew I was an experienced player. So he figured I was just going to play by the book exactly as it is, not asked to do anything else. And so when I said, I want to do this, that's not described in the book. And he went into a panic over something very simple. And I didn't do it to him on purpose. I really wasn't trying to troll him. I really thought he could handle it. I've never thought about it, really. I'm being did. The only reason the whole thing sticks out to me is because of his reaction, not because I was trying to fuck with him. And it was just simply, it wasn't by the book, and he went into panic mode. And he wasn't the first guy I've seen that happen to. A whole bunch of these guys that went raw module. Whenever I'd see players in their game say something slightly outside of what the book tells them that is good to go, they'd have a hard time with it. So that happened so often that I started noticing it. So it starts sticking out to me. I'm like, a normal DM would just rule that really quickly. Like really quickly. Wouldn't even be an issue. But imagine if you depend on raw. So you can't think outside the box. You put your mind in a box. And so unless the book tells you can do this, the second you hear something that doesn't align in the box. But guys, I just tell that to people, to be honest, because that's something true, and it's true of some of the WotC editions you see today. By far the best written. Some of the fans say best ever influential cartoon was Crazy Cat, pronounced Cat, by George Herman, and characters whose gender is never revealed. That was quite common for characters too, wasn't it? The lack of genders being pushed for some characters. Then you get Pepe Le Pew. I almost don't know if I could describe what kind of character he was without getting in trouble. There's a guy who you knew the character's gender, but what was he doing? And I remember Dave Chappelle did a really good fucking comedy skit on this. He did it, and he points out the truth. He's like, if you really examine what that character does, Pepe Le Pew, you realize if you describe that as like a real world action, that's not good. Like really not good. It's creepy. And there's a lot of truth in that too. There's funny, and then there's tunes with some weird creepiness around them there, Craig. That's an example. And when you really examine what he's doing, it's how would you get away with this creepy action and make it look innocent? Well, in the cartoon, it's innocent because it's cartoon characters and animals. But when you examine what the character's doing, you're like, that's really, really awful. If I were to try to understand that for what it is in a deeper way, right? So there's some where it's funny, some where it's funny for the wrong reasons, and some where it's just crazy. Pepe Le Pew is a great, crazy character. I didn't mind some of the Bugs Bunny stuff. I didn't mind some of it. But I'd still say Roger Rabbit, that movie, definitely hits it out of the park for being a lot better. Though Bugs Bunny was a weird character. Elmer Fudd, pretty good. Pretty good. And there's definitely elements you see in the Toons game related to those characters and the way characters go pop. I mean, Toons isn't just Warner Brothers either, but it definitely leans a lot into Warner Brothers more than just anything. Like there is some sort of general take you can take on it. But Pepe Le Pew is the one I thought because I was going through like I talk about like myself about characters I could bring up and talk about. And I was like Pepe Le Pew. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's the wrong one. And I wonder to myself, Craig, should I consider any other creepy gimmicks with cartoons? And I said to myself, no. Toons is about funny. So I bring that up as a ha-ha for us to laugh at in a certain way. But there's a lot of creepy stuff in the old Warner Brothers and cartoon stuff that I'm just like, once you know it, you can't not know it, right? You're just like, so I'm not going to overthink these things and bring all that up. But I thought I could innocently bring up Pepe Le Pew because when I mention it, most people should get the hint of what I mean about that being a bit creepy, right? Like, whew. Some YouTubers on here, I don't know. Sometimes I see them do some of these live things, and I think some are on some days, some give up, some are floppy. I think some are unhappy, maybe with certain way things go. There were two others that were in love with crazy ignorance the most, who threw bricks at crazy Officer Pup. An Officer Pup, a police officer trying to protect his beloved crazy by arresting. I don't know that one too well. I can't say I knew all the cartoons that well. You know a lot of the older cartoons than I do. It's all valuable stuff that you're mentioning. I think it's all great for people to look into. You're always gold. I knew you would be. I knew you had a lot more information than I would. So I'm very happy. Very, very happy. I knew this was a game that you liked for that reason. So I was like, he's gonna have some gems posting tonight. I knew Craig would. Crazy Cat, also Disney. Yeah, they borrowed a lot from a lot of things. It's they did that without shame. That was what you call understanding things and what works. And it's like if you had guys study this stuff, it's what you really realize is even some of the older stuff that you don't know stole from other things. In some cases, it's still weird checking out Disney where you see some of the cartoons and you go back to these creepier stories that are dead serious. And you realize they've adjusted these stories over to kids' cartoons. And you're like, that is just weird. But there's also elements related to that. There's reasons. Almost everybody in every industry is there's always a rabbit hole, my friend. Too many rabbit holes sometimes in the past. So covering old school stuff like the tunes and the games, there's a lot more rabbit holes here than there will be in some of the newer stuff I'm going to cover, like once I get beyond 1999. But I knew that for a lot of games, and especially this, there's a lot of weird rabbit holes. I'm pretty sure Ducks and RuneQuest owe quite a lot to Crazy Cat. Probably. All right. Well, hopefully that's not being picked up too much background noise. We're good. But yeah. Ducks, RuneQuest owe quite a lot to Crazy Cat. Probably so. But I have to claim some ignorance here, Craig. I don't know much about Crazy Cat. I looked into some things and it's like picking up vague things. I start down a rabbit hole on cartoons and I'm like, stop. No one wants to hear about this stuff. And I've checked it out in the past. I just can't. I'm not good at memorizing everything I've checked out in the past. But like even with Roger Rabbit, God, there is a rabbit hole there that we should always stay away from. No, I think they're interesting. It's not interesting for what I do for content. I'm focused on fun tabletop role playing games. One second. All right. All right. Yeah, it's doing tabletop role playing game stuff. Man, I can get nosy about this stuff, but I think it's just not good for the content I'm doing. Like even mentioning stuff I did about Canada the other night because we were talking about conspiracy. Man, even that was a stretch. I'm just telling the truth because that's a personal thing. But outside of it being personal, there's so many things I want to avoid. Talking about funny, let's see. There's well, let's our Gooseberry Sprig, a cigar smoking duck claimed he had a cartoon strip before Crazy Cat. You can go back to the 1700s and find cartoons that are related to some of the stuff we see today, and probably even inspire some of the stuff you're talking about. The cartoons have been around for it's a weird history. Like if you dig back into it, art and drawing and cartoons and these type of things for entertainment factors, you can go back almost 1,000 years. You can even go back to, ironically, ancient Rome, and there's some idea of cartoons being drawn out in this way. Like it's ridiculous, but it's true. If you have actually dig back into ancient Rome for entertainment for young people, even some adult stuff, there is art drawn that you could probably say inspired stories later. They inspire it, and there's a lot of connections that are really weird. Almost like it's on purpose. And then when you look at behind the people from Warner Brothers to Disney, that were the newer cartoon creators, that's even weirder stuff. Like they're connected to so many weird things, so many lines. I don't know. Just saying. So Toons, if you just focus on the funny, the ha-ha, the stuff it's well known for, the stuff that should appeal to younger people, not the hidden messages inside, right? It's a great game if that's what you can remember from your experience, especially as a kid or younger person. It some funny stuff. They knew how to be funny in the midst of all the weirdness. I suspect that rabbits come from the satirical medieval marginals often seen fighting giant snails. Probably. Rabbits were a huge thing, and they're connected to a lot of things. But yeah, probably. I don't know. At the same time, you got to look at what made money too. Well, no matter how weird the lines are, the quality of storytelling, you just have to admit, was weirdly there. There might be a creepy reason why, like you look at a cartoon like Pinocchio, you're like, really weird fucking rabbit hole that is. But the old Dark Book actually sold well, the one that it's supposedly based on. The cartoon sold well. So there's a mix of selling well, funny as far as kids remember, and then there's the stuff if you dig deeper. Even the Animaniacs, if you go watch their show, there's a lot they just tell you about the world. That's like creepy world banker stuff and everything. Like you go watch the Animaniacs, and there's episodes where if you clip them out, you have the Animaniacs characters in sarcastic ways telling you some of the most screwed up real world information you could imagine. Like they put them into the episode. Yes, they did. Yes, they really did. There's some world banker stuff, world taking over information. That's all real, like stuff where people intend certain things. And you see them just casually talk about it in comparison to telling you about milk. Like it's some innocent scene where it's about milk or buying something at a store. And they go into how the World Bank works, what the prices are, how it's trying to dominate everything. And they say it in a very casual, sort of fast way. This like an Animaniacs episode, and you're like, I didn't notice that. Like you don't really pay attention to a lot of these things when you're young. When you get older, you go back and watch an episode, and you're like, did they just explain like the central bank gimmick through this kid's cartoon in a little innocent moment where it's about buying milk? Yeah. They give it a whole 9 yards too. And it's actually really, If you listen to the characters, they're being sarcastic, but they're talking really fast. But it's a great fucking explanation if you were uneducated about the central bank and how it works. You'd be like, they just do that. That's an animated, and that's just about milk. All innocent, but plugged in hidden messages, right? So that's where I say you gotta watch out for the rabbit holes because they put a ton of them in there, a ton in the Toon stuff, right? And when I think Toons, I mostly think because most people I've known about Toons or know about Toons think Warner Brothers. They think about things like Animaniacs and the sort of the goofy, funny, and even the Disney goofy, funny stuff, right? And the game really does try to play up to the goofy, funny. It doesn't try to lean into the creepy stuff, right? But it's like in everything you're seeing, it's just like they just. It's like Pepe Le Pew is a criminal. If you really think about it, it's a guy stalking. Be in real life, be a guy stalking a woman, trying to push something on her. What's Pepe Le Pew doing in the entire cartoon? He's a stalker, going after a pussycat. And once you relate, you're just like, wait, that's what that is. And I remember just that was pointed out to me again by Dave Chappelle. He was doing a comedy skit. It was just really well done because he's just like, well, I go in, my nephew's watching Pepe Le Pew. He's like, oh, it's Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew's cool. I sit down with my nephew and watch it. And he's like, he starts watching it for a few minutes. He's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? When he starts putting it together, what Pepe Le Pew is doing, if he were to compare a guy doing that with a woman in real life. And he's like, oh, wow. But yeah, it's like even the Pinocchio stuff, which I think everyone knows by now, is some of the most creepiest. It's one of the creepiest. Once you know the truth about Pinocchio and you go watch it, it's so creepy to watch. You're just like, that is one of the darkest movies Disney has ever produced. But now, if you show that to a kid who doesn't know, and you were watching it as a kid, it's all innocent and funny. It's sort of played off as nothing. Same thing with the Animaniacs when they're giving you the central bank information through buying milk. It's sort of creepy information because it's accurate too. It's like dead on. You're just like, huh? Again, I know the game doesn't focus on that. The game focuses on the funny stuff. Not to bore people with that topic. I wanted to mention some of that stuff early on. So I want people to know that the game is not about anything creepy. I won't be focusing on these topics, to be honest, in that way. But I don't want people to think I just whitewash or just overlook the entire thing. It's definitely interesting stuff. That's not the content I'm doing. The old cartoons here with Craig, they're a gem to mention because I don't know much about the older stuff. Just be real with you. Limited time. I was born 1980. So by the time I started checking out cartoons, it was like, I mean, in reality, I did like Warner Brothers. I watched a bit of the Disney, Goofy, Mickey Mouse stuff. Didn't know much about the history. I was a busy kid who just didn't. I was watching Ghostbusters, Darkwing Duck, Robotech. That's when anime was early on coming in. So a lot of my cartoons that I especially focused on was stuff that you wouldn't say is the Toons related game. But I understood the funny because I watched enough of these early morning cartoons. I get up early in the morning before going to school, and they just had the Warner Brothers rerun on one channel, and they had the little Warner Brothers cartoons and Disney. Sometimes it'd be like Popeye too. I watched a bunch of them, but it's like very vague. I understood the comedy. I understood the funny. So when I got to the Toons game, I was able to apply that. If you said, Steven, did you read all these deeper books or understand older cartoons or anything or the history? No, that took me years to even bother looking into. I was so busy as a kid. Like I said, I did all my tabletop role playing. So it's where you invest your time. And I was a very social kid. So I'm in big gaming groups. I'm in a big friend group. And, I'd read books, but the books I was reading just were not in these fields. And I was again born 1980, so by the time I'm coming into some of this stuff, I don't. If you said here's the old English cartoon rabbit thing that like Craig's talking about here in the chat, over my head, completely over my head. It's like where my intellectual side went into, it became about understanding tabletop role-playing games. That's why I can tell you deeply how to understand tabletop role-playing game, because I put a lot of my intellect there. I put a lot of my focus into performing and games and other things, but it's like I just never studied too much history. I understood fighting, so I can perform at Toon really well, which is what I always find that a lot of nerds will know more than me about certain things. I'd always know that in the hobby. I wasn't a complete nerd. So in the tabletop role-playing game hobby, I would come in and go, okay, all you nerds know more than me. You understand more shit than me. Yeah, 99% of you can't perform as well as I do. So you can know all kinds of more shit. I will perform like a fucking champion as a game master. And right away, that's where I find it. My tables were always full of players that knew more than me about certain things, but there's no way they could take my spot, because performance in old school tabletop role-playing games was key, was top notch. Even better that without Gary, when I looked at the history of Gary Gygax making D&D and making Greyhawk and the dungeons and that, he kept a lot of notes, but what made Gary very special was he was great at performing as far as running the game and keeping notes. He was one of these rare guys that had just a combination of skills. Very few guys had them. But one thing I would notice about all my fellow nerds is they can know a lot, but if I said, here, run the game, it's boring. If I run the game, it's fun. And that's because of pacing I would do, how energetic I would be, how on the ball, and how I understood certain things that they might know certain more information, but I understood how things work. I know a lot of guys who know a lot more than me that don't understand how to run Cyberpunk. They don't understand how to run Traveler correctly. They don't understand the designer's intent with Dungeons and Dragons from that early level stuff. I understood that because understanding that was important to performing it right. So that became where I put all my mental energy as far as into the hobby, right? Mental energy was understanding the deeper layers so I could perform with it well. But I remember growing up I wasn't a complete nerd, and guys were just, I have a lot of genius guys around me. Now, the hobby is not the same as it was when I was young. A lot of guys are, how can I say, in some cases, I know more than they do, which surprises me, because I grew up with a lot of nerds in the hobby that would just know a mountain more about everything than I would. Right? Like they would know so much more. But if I said, here's the reins, run a game, they'd flop. And then you'd hear, well, that game is boring. Or I'd outpace them in every way. That was always my important focus on running games, understanding the real game for what it is, like the game for what it really is meant to as performance and performing. And just understand that designers actually intended you to perform well. It's like you can't put pacing in there and then have a nerd who knows a lot, but he's not that fast. He doesn't time things incorrectly, right? That's performance, timing things in, ending certain things. It's timing, pacing, right? So if you do the timing and pacing right, that's a performance skill. And most guys suck at timing. They suck at it. That's why you can hear players complain, like, that's a little too slow, it's a little too this. I'm like, yeah, that's why. That's why. Pacing is very important to the game. I seen someone recently talk about hero games and how old hero games had an issue with being able to, how do you have a godly character in with a weaker character? How do you measure that out? That's why I was going on about that earlier. And I could tell the person didn't understand old hero games because I'm like, well, most of them actually did that pretty well. Most of them, like especially DC heroes, as much as it would be picky for people, villains and vigilantes were really good at pacing in what you would call weaker street characters with godly characters. That was the Batman and Superman example, is what I was giving you through spotlighting. Well, if you understood spotlighting really well, you'd realize they did it really, really well. They sort of understood what the comic books were doing in many ways. For you to have certain weaker characters work with more powerful characters, what do the comic books do? It's simple if you realize it. They spotlight and create things that are important where, okay, you might be super powerful, but how much do you notice little tiny things on investigations? Well, that's not what your character's about. So that's where Batman would come in. And so you could create difficulties like, yeah, Superman's strong, but if he grabs the bomb, it blows half the building up and kills people. So it doesn't matter how strong he is, he hurts people, right? How do you avoid that? And if then he's not as important to that scene, it becomes like a Batman scene where you get the investigator. Batman goes in and realizes something's wrong. He's going to have these look into it moments. He's more of an investigator overall anyway, checking things out, and he's going to realize where the difficulty is and how you get the bomb out safely. So his role in the scene becomes vital to saving lives, and he's a hero. So if it's about saving people and the hero aspect is important, and you want to measure the difference between power and street level differences, what you do is just find ways to make sure the scenes or the actions or what's going on includes the need for, where can something be careless if you just blow through the building, right? And I remember the Superman versus Batman movie, they actually make this an issue for the Superman character because the idea that Batman is so pissed off at him is because Superman goes and flies through buildings, but what it really happens is people get hurt. People get hurt because he is just flying around like a superpower maniac fighting guys, but because they're blowing through buildings, people are getting hurt and killed. Right? And what kind of hero, I guess if you want to look at them as heroic characters, what kind of hero carelessly flies through a building, ending people's lives? Basically what it's saying is Superman is one thing, but without a balance, things can fall apart, right? So it reminds you that the street level hero can be as important as the guy who can fly up to the stars. Right? It's all it's saying to you. And so it's saying in good storytelling, you can do that. But in games with spotlighting, that handles that really well. So if you understand spotlighting, you realize, oh, wait, they've already done it really well. It's only game masters that can deal with the spotlighting. That's what happens. So if you hear game masters going, whoa, they don't really balance it out between the street level hero and the guy. Yeah, they do. Actually, they do it really, really well. It comes down to your skill and talent. Not just how well you do an NPC, but how well you think, how well you lay out your scenes. And laying out scenes for these hero games were vitally important. So if you create a scene for any group of heroes, there has to be a number of things that is going on, where the investigator, maybe the strong character, everybody has a part to play in that and becomes important. And if you understand how to do that, measure that out with spotlighting, now you can have the street level hero balance out with the hero that can fly to the stars. Not hard. It's actually not hard. And when you get used to doing it, it becomes fun. And I had a great time putting scenes together for like DC heroes, villains, and vigilantes. I enjoyed it because you put so many scenes together, but yeah, because you got to wrap your head around what are the important elements. But you find out it's like doing the old cartoons. You can play a little trickery. Some elements, you can almost do the same scenes, but just change some aspects of the scene, like the flavor or the look to the scene, but it's the same. But overall, it will still feel different for the players. They won't feel like they're just in a repetitive, and you don't do the same exact thing over and over again, right? But you do that once, and then so many scenes later, you could do something similar to it. So you find out you don't need to really do 100 different scenes. It's just you can do one type of scene probably like 1,000 ways, right? If you want to do different things over. But then it becomes fun. And each one, you can add little gimmicks, funny stuff, civilians into the scenes. You can start being more creative with the scene itself. Maybe the bomb is meant to go off, but if they do it right, it won't hurt people. But what does that mean? There's so many little elements you can adjust to. Get to a scene with the bomb that's like, okay, the bomb's going to go off, but now you need to stop the building from falling over. That becomes the more important scene. Or you need a planet where you're getting people out away from the building because you can't actually do it safely. Right? But you got to realize that through the process, so it becomes a little bit of a different approach, but that becomes different and feels different for the players. Suspect rabbits from Chicago medieval. Yeah, that's what we said already. 1 hour, and I will cover Toon or Toons. Tomorrow night's going to be a lot more meat on the bone, so I won't start as early, or I'll probably start like closer to the actual time. I just knew tonight was going to be, the rundown is pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. Just get something open. Toon is like I think it's a 2d6 game. Checking notes here for a second. It's like 2d6. Roll under certain numbers. And there's combat in the game. It's not what people think it is, but it's there. It's somewhat there. In Toon, it can be pacing scenes really well and getting the comedy right, timing in certain things. That's another to that performance thing. Toon is really about performance. That's why I mentioned performance already. Because if you're going to run Toon really well, you don't have to be the funniest guy in the room being the game master. But you got to look at old Warner Brothers and Disney stuff and get their basic funny idea. So you can actually sort of copy that. And it's more easy to access those type of like cartoons and check them out, or Animaniacs. But then it's after that is timing. Do you need to be a director? No, but it will tell you should be. Right? But think of more like amateur director. Like, think about like these gimmicks work even if you're not the most talented person doing them. So the game is actually pretty clever on this. You don't have to be a fucking genius comedian to make the funny. That's what you're going to like about Toon. Toon can be funny without you being the funniest guy in the room. Performance comes down to important. These elements have worked for the funny for years. And you'll notice that even when you do them, even if it's not naturally built into your system to be funny that way, it will be fun for the players. So what you want to do is do the funny in the aspect they want you to, and then you time in certain reactions. This blows up. Players will find that funny. Do you need to be funny? Not really. But do you need to be, as far as good at performing and timing? It goes back to, it expects you to be good in the talent area as a game master, right? So if you're performing well as a game master, it gives you the tools you need to make the funny happen. So Toon can be very appealing for the players, even if you're not always feeling it, but the more confident, you'll build confidence up from doing it, so you can make scenes a little bit more funny, add a little bit more in as you're going forward. But you'll find out these are tricks that have worked for years before you ever came around that make people laugh. So when you do this stuff in the game, what you're going to notice is it works. Right? It works. It works. Now, You might notice I've not brought out a video for a couple of days. It's because I've been grinding my brain away, melting my brain on my Neo TTRPG system. I'm actually almost done the Skullhorn revamp, but then it's going to be working with this new PDF thing, so to make it look a lot nicer. And I've been doing that for a couple of days. That's why I haven't brought out a video like in the last couple of days. I'll probably for sure bring out a video tomorrow. Tomorrow for sure before GURPS. GURPS, I think, will be a lot more fun as far as the overall audience because more people will know about GURPS. I knew Toons would be a game that my friend Craig here, and some people, I think over time, will like this one because it's actually easy. And I actually think Toons is a good convention game. So if you're into conventions, and I don't know about the new Toons game. I heard there's like a 2025 or 2025, 2026 new edition of it, but I'm like, I actually like the old edition. And I actually think the old edition is good for convention play because it's easy to make a character. And you don't got to be the funniest guy in the room. Once you figure that part out, that you don't need to be funny. You just need to sort of time it well. Hello, for wonderful humans, demi-humans driving home across the region from an AD&D second edition role-playing game listening in will unfortunately be prohibited from chatting unless from a hospital. Dude. I appreciate popping in for the thing. Listen in, dude. That's the best you can do. I appreciate it, Black Rose. Remember, tomorrow night is GURPS. Tonight, you'll just be listening to the Toon game. And I'll start coverage on that in less than an hour now. About 55 minutes, right? But yeah, I was saying, I think it's a good convention game, but I think a lot of people probably ignore Toons because they think they need to be funny. That's an important aspect I want to teach people tonight. You don't need naturally to be funny. You just need to be good as a game master performer. So if you got your game master chops, as they would say, if you're good at the game mastering part, performing, you do what the cartoons would do. It's going to teach you the stuff. It's just not hard. You apply it, and your players will actually find it funny. Just do it, and then ask players after a session, was that fun? Did you find those parts funny? Yes. Because you're doing stuff that worked long before you ever did it. So the cartoons work. These gimmicks have worked. Like we were talking about the background, some cartoons copying, as Craig was pointing out, they copied this, they copied this. This one probably copied this. They copy them because a lot of these gimmicks have just worked over long periods of time with different versions of characters. But these are gimmicks you're going to use in the game that are ones that have been repeated over, in some cases, hundreds of years because they just work. They just work. And they work in a tabletop role-playing game too when you're looking for this experience. So when you do the little things, the timing of, say, bump in for a thing, you do what they say, even if you're not like a genius comedian. You know, you want to definitely not try to be too dry in the process. But I mean, you don't have to perform like a comedian. Just perform pretty well. You're fine, right? Yeah. 1 second. Sorry, I thought that was someone at the door for me, but it wasn't somebody at the door for me. We're good. We're good. Checking when I start early, that happens. It's like 7 p.m. for me, so I just want people to know that because a lot of people I've talked to said, man, I wouldn't be able to run Toons, the Toon game. It's like, why? I'm like, man, I'm not funny. I'm like, well, then you misunderstand the whole game. The funny part is, look, as a game master, if you can be funny, I guess you can try to apply some of that if you want to, right? But the funny part is meant for the players. You're game master, you're there to perform and be into the mode of performance. And if you can enjoy performing like you would at any other game, if you could just enjoy that, which I do, then what you'll realize is the funny part is meant for the players. That's the whole point of Toon. The comedy bit is meant for the players, right? So if you want to be on the funny end of a Toon game, you got to be one of the people playing the game, right? Just saying. So if you want to be somebody who's enjoying the funny in the Toon game, you want to be playing it. You don't want to be running it. It doesn't mean it can't be funny for you. I guess you could take it in that way. And again, like I say, you can be a bit funny, but it's not necessary. So Toon is a game where you can be a normal nerd, run D&D, and then show up and run Toon. And it's a great convention game because it's easy. It's going to be fun. Players are going to have a laugh. Character creation is not hard. Gameplay and mechanics are so beyond simple. You can never imagine. And the way they set up the world is you don't need an entire setting. So I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give the whole game away because there's only so much meat on this bone. But they set it up like instead of a world or a setting, it could be like, here's the farm and here's what you would do on the farm. So like, locations where a lot of the cartoons would take place. They'll have the locations, and that's where a lot of the activities that you'll do in the game are going to be at these locations. Where you don't even need to say where. You just say you're at the farm. You say the farm is called this. I mean, players aren't going to ask you usually what city, where exactly. That's secondary importance for the game, right? You're going to sort of go to cartoon locations instead of having some setting built for the game. So don't think of the game having a setting, right? It doesn't have a setting. It has like locations you would expect to run in if you were watching Warner Brothers or Disney or something like that. Especially Warner Brothers, especially the sort of setting areas where the cartoons would take place, right? Where you're not given the name of a farm. You're just like, it could be farm if they really want to give you a name, Acme Farm, right? But that would be it. So that's, in a way, I guess you would call that's the setting. Or even if you were to bring in an alternative place, you treat it like that. Like you're at the building for this. So every location becomes sort of just like a setting for the scene. In that way, it's all like a mini setting, right? The building, not the world. So you're not thinking about it that way. You're not traveling around the world. You're not in a big setting. But just get that out of your head. The best advice I can give you tonight will be, and I think it will be valuable, is I'll give you the history and the fluff at the start, but when we get down to how to run the game and character creation, that's where people really want to listen to me. If you want to try Toon, this information won't all be in the book. So my advice here is going to be really good for you. Like how to run it, how to play it. And again, Toon is a great little convention game where I think if people understood they didn't have to be funny as the game master, the gimmicks will just be funny for the players if you do them right. You would want to try this at a convention. This be great. This be a great fun laugh game at a convention, especially for families. Toon is a great game for families. Like if you got you and your kids, I don't know, like this is such a valuable game for that because you can have fun. It is a tabletop role-playing game. There is a structure to it. Adults can have fun with it, but the kids will really have fun with it. Toon is a great, great, great family game. It's a great family game at a convention. So if you were like at a convention, you had some families there, like some people with their kids in that. Toon would be a great game for the father, mother, sit down with their kids and play your game, right? Again, convention games are meant to be easy on making characters. This is it. It's not hard on performing, and you don't need to be the comedian. You just do what the game is telling you. It will be funny for the players, right? That's the great part. I'm just drilling that point because I think I think convention play missed out of the game like this. And actually, I go back a few years, and I was at a place that they got the Halcom where I'm at, which is a convention. It's the only time I've ever seen the game ran there. It was ran for like a day. But it was really great because it was families playing the game, and they had a great time. And the guy who was running it was definitely not a comedian, not a funny guy at all. But was the game good just based on him just doing what he's supposed to as a game master? Yes. So that's where it's the genius part is. The funny is built in. You just perform as a normal game master. That's all you got to do. I've just heard a few guys talk to me about this, and they're like, man, I'm just not funny. I wouldn't be good at running that game. Like, just Get that out of your head, dude. It's not what it is. It's not what it is. Think about it just like any other game. You can run it. A game that could be challenging for a game master. No, Craig, I'm just telling people how Toon is a great family game. It's a great convention game because you're looking at easy character creation, easy to run. Black Rose is just sort of popping in for a second. He's listening, but he's probably going to be busy driving home from a game. Tomorrow night is GURPS again. But just telling people how Toon is a great convention game, but it's also a great family game. It's one of the rare family games that I think if people don't know, but it's like, man, if you're sitting there playing games with your family like D&D, pick up Toon. If you have young kids, pick up Toon. Toon is a fantastic game. And you can be the driest nerd father in the world. Do not worry. Run Toon. Your kids will laugh. They'll have a great time playing Toon. You'll make them laugh without being somebody who's funny. And tonight, if you want to try Toon, you should listen to this stream because my how to run it and character creation is going to be advice where I'm saying things that's just not in the material. I'll be teaching about the game too, but I'll be giving you good advice. Valuable advice because I ran Toon a few times. I ran it for families. I purposely ran it for families once I realized it was really good for running it for older, younger people, especially my own family, younger people that wanted to try what a tabletop. Like, Steven, you run tabletop role playing. He was like, yeah, how about I run Toon for you guys? And so I go over to family and we tried Toon. They'd have a great time laughing, right? Because it was sort of that laid back family game. Don't worry about the creepiness of cartoons. That was just us doing some rabbit hole digging for fun. But it's not a topic I'm focused on here. I just thought it was a little cute and fun. Craig here, the stuff he's posted, people should definitely check out when it finally comes up in chat. Scroll through his stuff. His stuff is right on. And some of that stuff really would apply well to the Toon gimmick here. So you should read it to get influenced by it. But not just that. Watch some Warner Brothers. Watch some Disney stuff, right? Like, have a night where you watch some of that stuff, especially if you want to run this with your kids. Get your kids to sit down, watch some Warner Brothers, watch some Disney, check out some of the stories here Craig is talking about. It will get you in the mindset and in the mood, right? And then you'll really enjoy it. Toon is far more accessible than D&D. It's about role playing, not role playing. That's it. And it's not about genius role playing. It is about just having. I think Craig would agree with this. It is just about enjoying yourself and having fun. You know how they say some games like D&D or other games are challenging, and that's the fun you're going to have is being challenged. This game is about having just fun, just having a laugh. That's why there's no permanent character death. It's about having fun. There's nothing wrong with that. It's more appealing to the family in that way, right? I don't want to bore. I'm not saying it's not good for older people either, because there's many funny things you could do with this in a mature way. You could do mature stories. You could put things in there, hidden messages, stuff like that. So there is an element of just adults having fun too at conventions. So there's family play at home, family play at conventions, but adults can play this too and actually have a lot of fun. Like there's some serious, funny, mature stuff. Like you can bring a mature funny. So you can actually do mature funny and don't think that doesn't sell well. That really does. And after so many serious games, if you just need to have a good night of having a laugh, man, this is a game where it'd be a good night of having a laugh, or even a weekend of having a laugh, right? I don't know how many people are going to watch this tonight, but I hope over time people pick up on this one because I think I'm covering something valuable here. It's very valuable, especially for people that might consider wanting to try this at a convention, or if they want to introduce younger people or families to tabletop role-playing games. This is a great way to do it. It's a great way to do it because it is role play. It's just get in, role play without a lot of pressure on you to be in this extremely mind-challenging game. It's just here's what tabletop role-playing game playing is to a degree without a lot of pressure. It's a good starting point to say, okay, this is initially what you're doing in one of these games, but understand if you guys go beyond this in D&D and stuff like this, it's meant to be more challenging. So it's, and that way it's good. One of the most challenging games for a game master, I covered it the other night. I knew it would be like, even Craig understood it's not everybody's cup of tea, but one of the hardest games outside of Castle Falkenstein, and Pendragon, and not so much Pendragon, but Castle Falkenstein can be one of the most challenging games in all the hobby to run properly. Cyberpunk isn't. If you understand spotlighting, it does take up the difficult spot there. You can cure that with that. But one of the hardest games to run performance-wise as a game master is a game I covered the other night, which is Paranoia. So if you haven't watched it yet, I covered a game called Paranoia about conspiracy theory, living underground with friend computer, a computer that runs a place, and it's an old, broken down place. The AI computer doesn't work that well anymore. It's meant to be a bit of a dark comedy, but it's dangerous. And for game mastering, that's one of the most, I would say personally, not for me, but just for a lot of people, that could be an extremely challenging game to run because there's so much nuance. In other games, it can seem like there's a lot of nuance where there isn't. Like it's just not well explained. But if you understand the basics, you start seeing where it's not as much nuance to worry about. In a game like Paranoia, the nuance as a game master is just to get it right, to get what the designer intends. It's hard. The same Renaissance culture that Commedia dell'arte, probably not pronouncing some of this right, emerged from was also the source of a card game called Tarot. Both were about archetypes. Mm-hmm. You know what you're talking about there. I know what you're talking about there. But yes. The exciting part, trust me, at 8 o'clock, the stream will pick up. We'll be throwing a lot of energy here. We're just in casual Rogan time, and I don't have like another panelist to talk to, so just sort of talking about some of these stuff. I don't know how interesting some of this stuff is. Sometimes if it's on the right topic or the right stuff is on the top of my head, we talk about this stuff, but I don't want to talk about a lot of stuff unrelated to the game. So just talking about some gaming stuff is good. I talk about a lot of similar things if I don't get certain things like performance, but I'm still relating it to Toon tonight because performance, it's really just about basic performance. I always have to do that with the old games, probably more than I will with the new games. Like Savage Worlds, I covered that for members only. That's a lot more about getting the game right than it is about direct performance like old school gaming. So there's just it becomes easier, I guess, if you want to look at it that way. It becomes easier over time, right? Oh, you know who you can say hi to. You know who you can say hi to before he wants to go. Say hi, Louie. There's Louie. Ooh, he's looking. Oh, you're getting a good amount of time. That's Louie, the kitten. Hey. Yeah, his name isn't he cute? Isn't he gorgeous? Get him up here a little bit more. And he's fluffy. He's a fluffy kitten. It's not the Condor DM and Louis show, but oh, there. Get a good look at his face. If he wasn't so fidgety, I would probably put a cam on him. Maybe we'll work on something one day. Right there, Louis? Yeah. Yeah. You want cam? I'm going to let you up. Mr. Louie. He could definitely be a character in one of these Toon things. There's no doubt. You see me smoking during this my casual phase in a stream. I'll just be honest with you. It's for some people, I guess that might not be appealing, but I call it sort of my Joe Rogan time. So if I'm doing off script or something more casual, I smoke. All right. Now, some people do this on their streams even when they're covering things. So I separate. So when I go to cover tunes and do the rundowns, you'll notice that I stop smoking doing the rundown part. I might take a break between certain pieces sometimes and have one, but I try to clean that up and make sure I'm not just for that thing. Though on rare occasions, like members only, I make an exception, but I'm way more intimate with the people in the members only thing. So yeah. And you'll like members only. I only have a few members, but man, when I do the rundown for members only, it's good. I put as much. I put a lot into it. Let's see. Let's talk about streams coming up. It's always good to advertise. So tomorrow is GURPS. That's going to be a lot of meat. Like anybody knows GURPS, they'll know what I'm talking about. If you've only heard of GURPS, oh my, I'm going to give you the whole thing on that. Like if you want to know GURPS without needing to buy GURPS, check out that stream. So if you want to understand it without knowing it, you want to get that one. 1,000,000% you want to get that one. Like you want to check out that one. That's going to be important for anybody who's going, hey, I want to know GURPS before I even go to purchase it. That will tell you if you want to purchase it. I guarantee you that will inform you. So if you're not sure about wanting, getting GURPS or something, that's a stream where you're like, yeah, this will tell you if you want to get it or not. So tomorrow night's GURPS. Now, I'm not going to keep mentioning this, but every Tuesday is off script. But here's what's going to happen. On June 4th, I got a new stream starting. That's going to be every Thursday. It's going to be my old school Dungeons and Dragons stream. So you guys know I do a variety of different games on the channel. But I also talk about old school D&D quite often in videos and that. Well, there's a lot of material and content I want to do on old school D&D, specifically away from the individual games I cover. So every Thursday is going to be old school Dungeons and Dragons focus. And on the 4th, the first Thursday of June, I'm going to be covering the setting Dark Sun. That Saturday, I'll be covering the tabletop role-playing game Dangerous Journeys. And then Star Wars on Sunday, Star Wars RPG. And the first members, I do 2 members only streams every month on Wednesdays. Separate. So it won't replace, these do not replace the streams I do. So every week I do Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Sunday streams every week. 4 streams every week. On the weeks I do members only, it's going to be 5 streams that week. It's on Wednesdays. The first stream I'll be doing for members only for June is June 10th, and that will be Babylon 5, the role-playing game. I'll follow that up with my second old school D&D stream covering Mysteria and a special focus on Odyssey and the Savage Coast. That Saturday, I'll be covering Fudge, the tabletop role-playing game. And that Sunday, I'll be covering Metamorphosis Alpha. Now, the next old school D&D stream that follows from that will be focused on the Temple of Elemental Evil. Whew. That Saturday, I'm covering Prince Valiant RPG and then Deadlands. Deadlands is the game that inspired Savage Worlds. And Deadlands is the setting Savage Worlds still uses in that version of the game. My second members only of June, it will be the only other one of June, will be on the 24th. And I'll be covering Hollow Earth Expedition. After that, we'll be going back to old school D&D, and I'll be covering the historical reference series, which covers like real world stuff like Rome, right? It's like D&D coverage on Rome, like it's material on Rome. And then, even though I did Paranoia, which was a conspiracy theory tabletop role-playing game, I know conspiracy theory is hot right now. So at the end of June, I'm going to cover 2 conspiracy theory games, Unknown Armies, that on the 27th on a Saturday, and then Tribe 8 is going to be on the 28th on a Sunday. The last stream of June is going to be an off-script stream on the 30th. So there you go. That's the schedule coming up. Toon, I really wanted to start early tonight just because I know Toon is such a straightforward game to do an overview on. Like, I don't know if the whole rundown would get me a full hour. I wrote it as much as I could and made sure it's not generic. This is definitely going to be Toon. And the information for how to run it and character creation is, in my opinion, the most valuable part because it's stuff you can't just find in the material. So if you ever want to try Toon, especially the old school, which is what I've done, that's the one I'm talking about tonight. This is the part that's the part you want to hear for sure. But the fluff is good. The fluff is good. The start, I'll do the influence and the birth of the game, then how to run it, then character creation. And then we'll talk about setting, because setting also will explain to you that it doesn't have an individual setting, but how you run the world, like how you play the game in the real world in that way. Like it doesn't worry about where you are. Just like it's again, you go to the cartoon settings, like you'd be at the farm, you'd be at this other place, you'd be at, like, you know what I mean? It's the locations that are more important, like the old Warner Brothers locations where you'd see cartoons, or Disney cartoon locations, right? For the little mini cartoons they would do. Good stuff. Good stuff. So far, just alone, it's an hour and a half of me nonstop talking. Some people, I figure, either there's some people watching, so I knew this game wouldn't be too hot. It was the same thing with Paranoia. Craig knows when you cover some of these old games, I knew covering them right away. Some like GURPS, I'll get a bigger audience for that. Games like Toon and Paranoia, I knew going in to give them some love. It might not be hot on that first initial night I run it, but I'm sure over time it will get some views, and I think it's valuable. And I would ask anyone, if you do stop by and enjoy the stream, please like it. Please share the stream. Please help me get more eyes on this stuff, because I think there's a lot more people out there. It just takes time for people to pick it up. But it'd be really helpful if you make sure you like the stream. Make sure you share the stream out. Let people know it exists. It's probably one of the best tabletop role-playing games out there for families. And we have a lot of families. We have a lot of older guys too, a lot of guys that were younger in the hobby, older with their kids now. And they introduce their kids with games like D&D or, Dungeons and Dragons. I'm like, man, hey, Toons is over here, baby. It's worth it. It's great. Convention play is sort of becoming a hot thing again. It fluctuates up and down, but I'm like, if it's hot right now, if you're looking for good convention games, Toon is a great convention game, because the idea behind convention games is they want easier character creation, stuff like that. Crazy Cat was set in Coconia County, Arizona. Instantly recognizable if you've seen Road Runner. There's a good one, Metro Road Runner. Yeah. Oh, I'd say look into. Craig has brought a lot of value here. If you do watch this and you see all these advice things from Craig, don't ignore them. Actually go check that stuff out, especially if it's stuff you haven't seen, because you might know Warner Brothers or Disney. Trust me, he's not mentioning throwaway stuff. It's really, really funny stuff. It's really valuable stuff. But even the stuff I'm mentioning, like just a mix, because you might hear this and go, oh, it's the old Warner Brothers. Well, go watch some of that stuff. I guarantee you watch that, and then you come back to this and you'll be like, okay, I do want to try that. You will. And the other thing is, it's one thing being good for families. It's another thing where you can actually do mature comedy with this. You can sit down with adults and have a great time. Like you can. It is actually meant, like it is actually to be funny and good for mature players as well, because you can bring in just a different attitude to it, right? There is a mature side to the funny, and it works. It actually works. And especially if you're someone who, on top of being a little bit older, you relate with it from being a kid too. That will be funny. Trust me. You'll find ways to make it really funny. I played it with older people where it is a great time. Older guys where it is laugh your ass off. And here's a great night. If you're someone who enjoys a few drinks or even a puff, I mean, I'm a clean. I drank on my birthday, but I don't really drink, and I quit weed, which was the only drug I was doing, for years. But I quit that. But if you're someone who enjoys a puff or enjoys a few drinks, Toon is your game if you're playing with adults. It is because it's laid back. You don't have to worry about your character dying and needing to remake characters. It's a game where your character falls but comes back. So if you're sitting down with a few drinks and it's a social night for you, or maybe a weekend, you can drink your rum, drink your beer, smoke your joints, and you don't have to worry about making 5 characters. And the mature, funny part of the game can be played out. I mean, honestly, a good laugh. But you can also turn around, and if you want to turn that into a family situation, it's going to be good for you as like a father with your kids. So if you want to introduce your kids to role playing, it's a lot easier doing Toon than it is Dungeons and Dragons with them. It's a lot less complicated too. It's an easier game. Also, because you can do the mature funny or the family funny, it works in both ways for convention play. Easy character creation, easy mechanics, and it is funny. Now, the other thing is, you, the game master, don't need to be a funny person. You don't need to be a comedian. You use the tricks that the game says. The players are the ones meant to be having a good laugh, right? And the tricks work. You could be someone who's just not funny, but as long as you do what the game says, you'll notice the players are having a good time. They'll have a laugh over it. And they'll probably get you to laugh. Like, actually, when I run Toon, I'll have more laughing as a game master from what players are doing with it. So they'll entertain, in a weird way, the players end up entertaining you as you're doing the gimmicks, right? So they'll have fun with what you're doing, and then they'll entertain you. So it is, in that way, you do get entertained, but it's a back and forth there. It's a team sport. But it's great for convention play. It's great for a family thing. But it's also great if you want to just get, because the mechanics are easy, so you can get loaded. You can get a bunch of drinks and just laugh your ass off with your friends and do mature funny. So Toon is a great all-around tabletop role-playing game. Again, it's meant to be mechanically easy because they don't want you focusing on it like it's a hardcore tabletop role-playing game. Performance is the main part, but it's not even that difficult. You just follow the gimmick, and once you do it enough times, like do it for a session, you'll start realizing the timing is not that hard. Like they'll tell you about timing, you think, oh man, I got to time it. Go do it. You'll find out that, oh, okay, all right, oh, that's actually not that bad. That's the part where it will lighten your mood because you'll realize right away, I can do this. And when you do the stuff, here's what will surprise you, even if you're not a funny person. The players start laughing. They start having a good time. And you're like, because the players are more concerned with interacting with the funny. They're playing the game. And when they start playing the game, you'll realize they're trying to play to the funny and be funny themselves. And once they start doing that, you realize you don't need to be funny in that way. You just need to do the tricks. Remember, these tricks have been working for a lot longer than you've been around. Right? So they work. And the tricks from the cartoons and all that are all built into how you're going to run it. It's giving you director advice. Because there's some directors out there that have directed cartoons where if you go meet the director, you're like, well, he's not that funny. No, he's not. But why is the cartoons he's producing funny? Because these are the tricks that came before him. He just learned them and applies them and brings other people to interact with him in. And that's what you're going to be doing with players. They're going to be helping you do this. They're going to be busy playing to the stuff instead of trying to judge it. As long as you do it right, they won't think to judge it. They'll think to interact with it. That's where the ease just comes off. Because I've just heard some guys go, man, I wouldn't be any good at running because I'm not funny. It just, again, I said it already a few times tonight. That has nothing to do with it. You can be a regular performing game master and run this well. Like, sincerely. And again, if you have a few drinks or a few puffs and you want to do a mature version, fine. It works as well with the family and convention play. In my opinion, Toon overall is an extremely valuable game that would even hold up now because it's so easy to play and so fun. that for what we're doing now, it'd be fun now. Forget that it's old, it'd be fun now. And I hear there's supposed to be a 25 or 2026 version. Oh, but I'm like, you don't need that. You don't need it. Go back to the old school. Get the one from the old school. It kicks ass. And it would perform just as well right now as it did in the 80s. Like it would. It sincerely would. It just works. Some games when I think about old school of them, I'm like, well, I almost want to take old school off because many games they're games. They just work. I mean, you don't play Monopoly and think old school. You just think Monopoly, right? In a way, that's many games are like that, even the tabletop role-playing game world. They're just games, and they work. They worked back then. It's not like they're so old they don't work. And some of the themes, depending on what they are, they're universal, meaning the themes still work today. The gimmicks for the games still work today. And actually, in some cases, they work really well for today, like the game I covered the other night, Paranoia. But Paranoia, I thought that would be interesting to cover. And I had a few people that like it. But the only challenging part with Paranoia, because most games are not that challenging to run, other than just perform pretty well, time your stuff pretty well. Paranoia, Castle Falkenstein, they're especially two of the games where I'm like, they can be really hard to perform. Because it's like Bushido might sound hard to perform, but in a way, it's like the Petal Throne game. It tells you what to do. So in those games, you can just follow what it tells you. With the Castle Falkenstein, in this, it's very specific stuff, right? Like it's really, it can be a bit challenging, very nuanced in how you run it. So now, personally, I'm okay with these games. I enjoyed them. I could run them. But I can see them being so nuanced for some game masters, and I've seen it happen. It blows them up. So some old school games, I think the designers asked from most people, even some of the skilled people, it can ask for too much. But I get why. I get like Paranoia, in my opinion, is so good, but it's only so good if it can be ran right. Like games can sound excellent, but you get the wrong people running, they're not good at all. But there are some games that are so good, but then they're so good because there's so much nuance to them that the idea is great, but it can be challenging running them consistently with the nuance and getting it right all the time. And it takes a lot more grindy effort to not so much prep like you prep combat, but understanding scene from scene. You can't just casually do Paranoia. Like you can to a degree, but you have to have really, really good notes and then follow your notes on what to do every time. Right? Castle Falkenstein, same thing. You're trying to redo a Victorian romance novel. And so there's so many things you got to keep getting right and keep steering players back into that. And there are two games where most games let players fuck up and it's okay. There'll just be consequences in the game. And that's like Bushido, and that can seem like, so most games actually aren't as challenging to players as people think. Like they are, but the game is actually okay if you screw up. Like it's okay to be a player that screws up. The game isn't like you need to play a certain way to get it right. The game master always has that pressure on them. That becomes a little bit different slightly in a game like Castle Falkenstein, where you need to always have players playing sort of the Victorian romance type of character. So you got to keep, if they did go to that, you got to claw them back in. For the Paranoia game, it's to learn how to get it right is so nuanced that in a way you sort of have to have a real deep talk with players before it starts and really get them out of their modern day ego, their headspace where they are right now, and have them really fall in line with who the character is. And it's so they can humble themselves to the reality of the character. And if they do so, they'll have a great experience because it's meant to be that way. The designer wants the player to play that way. But there's very few games where games expect players to put a lot of work in, right? That's a couple of games where players are supposed to put a lot of work in. So Castle Falkenstein, a gem, sort of hidden gem a lot of people don't know about. Players are expected to do some work there. Paranoia, to really get it right, and it's hard to learn from mistakes and get it right because you won't want to play it that many times in a row. Paranoia is going to be a very challenging game to get most players to play more than twice, right, in any short period of time because it can be a very stressful game, right? So if you want players to really have a good experience with that, in a way, on that even on that first initial run, you want to have them close to playing. Not great. They can make mistakes, but to be able to humble themselves into playing the character, who the character is, and the situation the character is. So it's like, okay, there's a lot of authority here. Well, you might not bend to the authority in your mindset in real life, but would your character, given his situation, more likely to bend to the authority because he's not experienced the same freedom you have? Yes. So for you to have a better experience and to understand that experience and feel it, you got to be able to play a character where you can let go of your mindset and your expectation of freedom and all this. Your character wouldn't have that expectation, right? He'd be so different from you in that way, from your real life to him, that you'd be able to separate. So that's Paranoia could be challenging. Toon, on the other hand, is completely opposite of all that hard work. And we're about 15 minutes away from Toon. As far as coverage goes, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. But I do hope some of you check out Paranoia, because I think it's such an interesting, just pure interesting. And look, the only part about that, I usually don't talk about too many things outside of tabletop role-playing games. At the start of that, I was talking about conspiracy theory. And I did cover because it's a personal experience, I covered my real-life experience with some of the shit going on in Canada. You could fast forward past that if you don't care to hear about that stuff. I don't need you to, and we don't need to agree on that stuff for us to get along or for us to talk about games, right? That was just me talking about some stuff related to some weird stuff going on in the world. But we were talking about conspiracy. I promise when I cover Unknown Armies and Tribe 8, I will not be bringing that up. That's at the end of June. Unknown Armies and Tribe 8 will be two other conspiracy games I cover. It's just that I know right now I wanted to cover Paranoia for my friend here, Craig, but I knew the overall audience, I would hope, would sooner or later find that interesting. But Unknown Armies and Tribe 8 is more general. I figured that'd be just hidden gems that would be unique to you guys, less heard about. But I do ask that tonight, and like any other night, you like the stream, if you're liking the chit chat here, and please share it out. Because Toon, again, I think is good for so many different reasons. Good for convention play, easy character creation, easy mechanics, easy jump in. Good for family at the convention play or at home. Good for mature people that want to do a more mature storyline. Have some drinks, a few puffs, right? Not my gimmicks anymore. I only drank on my birthday, probably first time in years I had a few drinks ever. And I don't smoke weed anymore, so I don't really do anything anymore outside of smoke cigarettes. And in my casual time, I call this my Joe Rogan time on the stream. But if you want to have a drunk weekend and play Toon, it works, man. And it's easy because you're not going to lose characters to death. The character, even if they do a fall, which is sort of how that happens, the character comes back. It's meant to be that way. So you can just keep playing and playing and playing, getting drunk, having a good time, right? And you can be very mature in your comedy on that. And the game master, here's the final piece of the pie that makes this really work. You don't have to be funny to run the game. You do the tricks the game tells you. The players will enjoy it. The players will interact with it. And the players will be the ones having fun, having a laugh, trying to be funny and reacting to what's going on. And trust me, that's where your entertainment as a game master will come from. You'll be performing for them, doing the tricks that get them to perform, makes them laugh. Then they'll be doing their gimmick to make you laugh, right? So it all works. Mature, family, everything, convention play, but just as good at home. Here's Monkey Dish. I really wanted to drill in the family thing. I used Toon to introduce my nephew's friend to role-playing games. It was his first time playing, and afterward thanked me for teaching him and said he really enjoyed it. It genuinely works. Easy, and it lets you just do what you're supposed to do. role play. It's a good way to find out if somebody's just going to like this thing. And it is great for young people. And it's fun. It's fun because you're going to do it. The young person, or even if you're doing a mature person, they're going to want to interact with it in a funny way. And it's going to be a good laugh for you, and you'll have a good time running it. And you don't have to be a comedian. Monkey understands this. You just do the tricks the game tells you. These tricks have worked long before us. So do what the game tells you, and you'll notice that the players are interacting with it. They'll focus on interacting with it and enjoy it. And you don't have to be a fucking comedian. You don't have to be the funny guy in the room. You can be pretty much almost a dry guy, but don't be too slow with it. Time it right. So performance as a normal game master is all you're really bringing to the table. Perform with it right, you'll get your reaction. Because the tricks are already built into the game. Now, my advice tonight for how to run it, character creation is going to be very valuable here. Some of the stuff I'm going to say is my wisdom. It's not just stuff you find in the books or in the material or in the text. So that's where I say the value is on mine tonight. We got 10 minutes, and then I'm going to hit it out of the park. So we do a little chain smoking, but I know I'm going to be taking a time out and smoking in a minute and drink of this. Cool off. Pretty much 2 hours before I start, which is good. I just know Toon, as Monkey and Craig will understand, there's not a lot of meat on the bone, but that's a good thing. It's not hard to understand and learn. It's not a bad thing that there's not this long rundown I can do on it. It's so straightforward and easy and fun. And I hope I'm selling it well. So again, tonight, if you are liking just to chat and you do like the game, please like the stream. Please share the stream out. I think it just needs it needs to be pushed a bit. More people need to hear about this because it's good for convention play. And you don't always need to be selling a product. Sometimes, especially for convention play, it's about the experience you're having with the people there. Right? So not everything is, if you're in this for passion, in the hobby for love of the hobby, you don't always need to be trying to make a buck off of somebody. Right? Sometimes you can just show off the fact that you really want to have fun without the intention of trying to get a buck off of somebody. Right? So most of the convention stuff, if it is fun, still seems to me a lot of people are trying to make a buck off of somebody. Everybody's trying to squeeze everybody else for $1. You know, I think, you know, working hard and getting paid for it is good. I think there's some value in that, but I think it's a mix of you earn that, but at the same time, you got to show people that you give a fuck about this. I think people got to know it. Like, I don't expect that, and I don't expect a reward unless people know I give a shit. I'm not just here using them. There is a passion behind what I'm doing. And I'll explain this. You might notice I haven't put out a video for a couple of days. I'll put out one tomorrow. Reason is, and this is good news, I'm really close to a very big update with new rules, a whole new revamping of Skullhorn edition for the Neo TTRPG system. So anybody who owns that, you're gonna be very happy. I promise you. But that's gonna be followed up by a quick reworking of the invasion system. So if you only had the invasion, don't worry, that's coming up right away. All the new rules will be going into both editions. Revamping, new rules, so the whole redo of the system. It's not a redo. Most of it is the same, but just cleaning up text, especially cleaning up where I think some things weren't explained well. Re-explaining. Stuff like that, where I think the clarity of the text is going to be the most valuable part. It's going to be the ease of reading it and understanding the game, which is what I'm very pleased about. It's where I think I'm going to have it where there'll be no confusion on the new updates coming out. You'll be able to finally read the game in full, understand it, and play it fully. I'm going to do some basic things, which is like I'm going to have a version of character creation that is, you go through the steps, or you can do a quick version. So That is to make it easier for people to just be able to quickly put a character together and play the game. So there'll be two versions of character creation for that reason. So when you get people that are experienced with the game, they can dig into the finer details of it. But if you want people just to be able to jump in and play, there's going to be a version of character creation for that. Also, an explanation of the rules that is easier for the game master too. So, hey, if you just want to know exactly how to run the game, that's going to be explained really well in all the areas. But if you want to dive in and see a lot more details after that, like setting details, stuff like that, you can. Right? So it's just a clearing of the information. Making it clean. Making it clean. The other part is I'm working on getting it ready for printing, which I hope is going to be, I hope I can, if I get that figured out, that will be part of the update, is being able to print it into a book. So then you get like maybe a soft cover or something like that in the game. And not just PDF. Right now it's currently, just because the versions I have out, they're just not good for printing through the drive-through. Right? I don't know if you can print, personally, some people tell me they can figure that out, but I'm like, hey, it's on you. But as far as drive-through is concerned, you need to do it in a certain way. I've had to sort of learn that whole process. But I think I'll have it set up for printing with the new update, which is going to be very important. So that's the update coming. We got about 5 minutes, which is probably about close to the time I'm done this. Pretty much when I'm done this, we're going to start it on Toon. It's going to be good. I think you guys are going to be very happy. Top line, just before I start. Golden Age cartoon animation. Golden Age because it was fucking beautiful art. The art nowadays for cartoons, most of it looks like trash to me. Like quality-wise. Most of it looks really bad. I'm not big on the computer animation stuff. Not at all. I'm not big on that being the majority either. Like, I'm just not big on computer animation for replacing cartoons. It's almost like the CGI. I don't like a lot of the graphics either, where I like old movies. Could be like horror movies or whatever, where they actually have to do this stuff for real. Where it's not really like you're getting your head cut off, but they have to do something where it's not just based on graphics. They have to build a head and make it where it gets cut off. I think that stuff looks awesome and was special. Cartoons, the same thing. I like real animation. Pure real animation. And the bit of real animation I see today, outside of anime, now anime stuff in Japan is pretty good, but outside of like that anime stuff, like a lot of Western stuff is junk. Don't get it wrong. I don't mind the I'm not big on it now, but it's that one with the Rick and Morty. I don't care who the guy was that made it. I know his backstory, but the guy who did the original voices, I just have to give it up. I liked that version of the cartoon. I'm not big on the new voice actors because it still slightly sticks out to me. Like, it's still awkward enough that it doesn't sound like the guy's as funny. Like, there's something lost in the dialogue. And the writers are definitely different, so it's not the same exact people writing the show. So I'm like, there is a funny that is completely, it feels like it's missing. Like, you feel it's missing, right? And I'm like, yeah, okay. Because it gets you used to an expectation. So I like the original few seasons where he did it for the Rick and Morty. I do not like the seasons where they replaced him. And I know the guy doesn't have a great history or anything, but look, let's be real. When you get to the Hollywood world or the art world, if you can't enjoy something because somebody has an awful thing, in the art world, they're fucked up people. I just got to say that. I'll just be real. That's my honest opinion. Most people are fucked up in it. And you can't enjoy anything if you're too judgmental. You can't enjoy no TV shows, no movies, no cartoons. Everybody has something weird about them in the art world. I think that's just I think it's part of a weird mindset of being a creative in that world. There's a weirdness to people in that world, and sometimes they take it too far. Like it's imagine a creative tries to be open to everything. And that for the creativity on some level, that can be good, but that can also be very bad because what does it mean to be open minded to everything? Like you get it because we're flawed people. So if you're too open to everything, usually you find some corkscrew wrong with people in that world. Every time you dig into the history of an actor, director, someone making cartoons. So if you told me, hey, I don't like Rick and Morty because this guy is this, I'd be like, well, then there's nothing you can like. There's nothing. There's nothing. My favorite Western animation is my first two seasons of Ren and Stimpy. I love Ren and Stimpy. Only the Batman animation series gets close to it in quality artwork. Ren and Stimpy is fucking beautiful. I agree with you about the Batman series. I liked X-Men. I've never watched the new revamp stuff, but the one from the 90s, I like the X-Men from the 90s. I love the Wolverine. And he's such a famous version of the character that the movies had to try to not just reenact the comic, but they actually tried to really reenact the cartoon character. Like even his manner and the way he acts is more like the cartoon character overall than even exactly the comics. And I think the cartoon character got the comics right, but I think the cartoon character Wolverine was so impactful, so popular that he ended up influencing the character you see in the X-Men movies because most of the other characters in the cartoon don't influence as much. The comic book versions do. So the actual comic book version of most of the characters you see in X-Men is the actual crossover. Where I found Wolverine, the cartoon from I think 97, impacts the actual character in the movie more than the actual comic Wolverine does. Right? It's just because it just so perfect. The character was so popular. And he became, I think if you actually go check out the appearance of characters from X-Men in the X-Men cartoon, I think Wolverine appears more than just about any other character. And how ironic, even in the movies, to a certain degree, Wolverine appears more in the same way than most other characters. Right? He has more screen time, he's more in the story than most of the other characters. And most of the other characters are less related to the cartoon 97 and more related purely to the comic book versions. That's just to tell you how powerful that Wolverine character was in the cartoon. Like how influencing he was because he became so popular. They even talked about there's parts where there was no plan to keep having him show up as often as he was, but he became so popular with the audience that if you check out the interviews with the animators, they admit it. It's like you don't plan on having a character be that popular, but when you keep getting a big reaction for him, it becomes something that's necessary. Okay, here we are. Influence and birth of the game. We're starting Golden Age cartoon animation. The biggest influence on Toon was the classic animated shorts that dominated American theaters and televisions from the 1930s through the 1960s. Major inspirations included Looney Tunes, Merry Melodies, Tom and Jerry, Popeye the Sailor Man, which I mentioned. The designers wanted players to experience the same type of over-the-top chaos found in these cartoons where humor mattered more than realism. All kids alike. Where humor mattered more than realism. Always glad when I knew you couldn't resist saying something there, Black Rose. I know you're driving, but thank you. Cartoon physics. Most RPGs of the early 1980s attempted to simulate reality to some degree. Toon instead attempted to simulate cartoon logic. Characters survive explosions. Falls rarely have lasting consequences. Objects appear when needed for a joke. Physical laws bend to support comedy. The game mechanics were built around reproducing cartoon behavior rather than realistic outcomes. Ren and Stimpy. What timing? Timing. It's like these guys are reading each other's minds. Had to pull over for that one when I heard Ren and Stimpy. The style and humor of Ren and Stimpy borrowed heavily from Basil's Wolvertone's 1940s comics. I believe it. This is where Craig is a gem. Craig is a gem, and all this is worth looking up. It's everything he mentions is worth looking up. You will never feel like you wasted your time when you check out what he says. But this is where I wanted to point out what I said earlier. The game mechanics were built around reproducing cartoon behavior rather than realistic outcomes. Meaning the game is going to give you what worked. So this is where I say you as a game master do not need to be a comedian. Like, it's just going to give you the tricks. You do them, the players will interact and enjoy. Slapstick comedy. The game was heavily influenced by slapstick humor. Common cartoon elements became part of play. Chases, practical jokes, falling objects, explosive gadgets, comedic accidents. The goal was to create laughs rather than tactical victories. Now, this is where it comes down to play. Encourage improvisational play. The game encourages players to create funny situations, escalate jokes, think like cartoon writers. In a way, they're going to say, they do say this. I don't think every player can be that perfect. Contribute to the entertainment of the group. But yes, as far as getting players to react to what you're doing, you want to trigger the reaction from there, get the best stuff out of them. So there's a teamwork there. Success is often measured by how amusing the scene becomes rather than by whether a challenge is efficiently overcome. So it is about being funny. Like, falling on your face is funny. This game is all about funny. This approach helps capture the spontaneous feel of classic cartoon comedy. Reaction against simulation-oriented RPGs. By the early 1980s, many RPGs emphasized combat, character advancement, detailed rules, long campaigns. Toon intentionally moved in the opposite direction. Simple rules, fast play, episodic adventures, comedy-focused stories. The game was designed to prioritize comedy and entertainment over realism and simulation. Toon, the first edition, which is what I'm covering. Birth of the game. Toon was published in 1984 by Steve Jackson Games. It was designed by Craig Costa. This is a guy, he made a game this recently I've been talking about. Costa Kean or something like that. Warren Spector. The designers set out to create a role-playing game that captured the feel of classic animated cartoons rather than novels, films, or war games. The idea, the central concept was simple. What if a role-playing game behaved like a cartoon? Rather than adapting existing RPG mechanics to cartoons, the designers built rules specifically intended to emulate cartoon storytelling. This was significant. This was a significant departure from most role-playing games available at the time. A different design philosophy. Many RPGs in the early 1980s emphasized character survival, resource management, tactical decision-making, long-term advancement. Toon deliberately shifted the focus towards humor, fast play, as I've already said, creative problem-solving, and the episodic adventure. Sort of just a bit of a rundown. The game was designed so players could jump into action quickly without extensive preparation. That's why it's good for convention play, right? Release and reception. When released in 1984, ironic here, Toon immediately stood out because there were a few role-playing games devoted entirely to comedy. There were only a few. The game became one of the hobby's best-known comedy RPGs and demonstrated that role-playing games could successfully emulate cartoon stories. All right, so there's your fluff. There's your fluff. Now, there's only so much meat on this bone, but I promise you, I'm going to give you some good stuff now. So this is where I get into my focus for the Game Master, how to run Toon. Think like a cartoon director. When running Toon, the goal is not realism or fairness. The animator, that's who you are, that's instead of the game master, should think like the director of a cartoon episode. So you're going to be called animator. That's the term they're going to use for you. Focus on the flow of the episode, memorable scenes, keeping the action moving, pace, entertaining outcomes. Ask yourself, would this be funny in a cartoon? That's what you're trying to sort of copy, and they'll give you ideas for that. Don't worry about it. If the answer is yes, it probably belongs in the game. So there's what they're going to give you. And like I said, go watch your cartoons, go get inspired, because you'll see things in there. And when you go to apply something, you want to apply it like the other stuff that the game is already, pushing at you, right? Keep the pace fast. That's important. Slow is going to be boring. That's not what this is. It's meant to be easy so you can go fast. It's meant to be easy so you don't trip over rules, right? It gets everything out of your way. It really does. So you're going to feel good in that way. Cartoons move quickly. Avoid long planning sessions, detailed tactical discussions, excessive rule lookups. How could I say when I say it's not about detailing out like a long planning sessions? It will tell you basic scenes that can be funny. You just go, okay, I'll do this scene and we'll do this bit here. Right quick. That's it. You go into the scene, you start doing the stuff. Players will interact and you allow all that to start coloring, making the scene something out of nothing. You allow, if you overplan, then you're trying to make something happen, you get less out of it. Trust me, just let it happen. Let players do a lot of work here because they will without realizing you're pushing them to do a lot of work. The more simple your side is, as long as they enjoy it, the more they'll work to involve themselves and have fun. Encourage players to act quickly and keep scenes moving, right? So you want to get their reaction, you want to drive at them, have NPCs talk to them, anything that can keep their motor going forward. A wild idea attempted immediately is often more appropriate than carefully planned strategies. So what I'm saying here is having something crazy happen, like, something jumps out of the bush. Remember what I told you about minor manipulation to get the brain of a player flowing, like thinking the motor moving ahead. If players aren't reacting, make something happen. They will. It will get them thinking. That's all you want. Fast, pushing them towards it. Don't overuse the rules. So let alone the game is going to tell you not to overuse them, let alone not to let them get in your way, right? So they're simple for a reason. One of the easiest mistakes an animator can make is treating Toon like a traditional RPG. If a rule slows down the action, remember, animator is game master. If the rule slows down the action, make a quick ruling. Keep the scene moving. Return to the comedy. If at any point you start going, what's the rule? No. Okay, just roll a d6. Make it up if you have to. The game doesn't care. In a way, it really doesn't. It's saying keep to what you're doing. It's already giving you enough things to trigger players for fun. And they're already going to try to play towards that. So that means the pace and humor of the episode, the session, are usually more important than strict mechanical precision. It's very true with this game. Reward creative solutions. Players should be encouraged to solve problems in unusual ways. Right? Examples, launching themselves from a giant slingshot. Like, how would you get over the wall? Can we make a giant slingshot? You're not looking to say no to these ideas. It doesn't mean you can just say yes to it, but you're not looking to say no. Disguising themselves as a mailbox, dropping an anvil, triggering a ridiculous invention, starting a chain reaction of accidents. Creative solutions are usually more appropriate than optimal ones. So the more crazy your players are willing to be, lean into the crazy. Don't look for ways for it not to work. Look for ways for it to work, right? Failure should create new opportunities for comedy rather than bringing the action to a halt. A failed plan is often more entertaining than a successful one. It's like, well, okay, you sling into the wall. Like, and remember, the player has to role play that out. He's been slammed into a wall. He has to, like, you want players to feel like they have to role play all this out for fun. So failure should be more funny. That's going to be something funnier for a player to play off. And they'll enjoy that. So that's part of the experience. Escalate the situation. Cartoons often begin with a simple problem, then become increasingly absurd. Example, a character steals a pie. A chase begins. Vehicles become involved. Buildings are damaged. The entire town gets pulled into the conflict. Allow situations to grow larger and more ridiculous as the session continues. So allow things to get out of hand on purpose, right? Because it's about leaning into the funny of it. So you're actually not looking to get away from absurdity in that way. Cartoon violence. Combat is designed to resemble cartoon violence rather than realistic injuries. Characters may be flattened, blown up, crushed, frozen, launched through walls, sent flying into the distance, blasting off again. The outcomes are intended to be humorous rather than gruesome. So basically what you're going to be doing is doing a lot of stuff where you're giving players stuff that they know they can easily play off as funny. And they'll purposely be looking to do it. Like in another game, they might like, oh, and the blasting off and he's being sarcastic. And you're like, yeah. In Toon, you're purposely doing this stuff to get the sarcasm going. You want players to play to it. Fall down instead of death. One of the most distinctive features of Toon is that characters generally do not die. When a character is defeated, they typically fall down instead. A character who falls down is temporarily removed from the action rather than killed. They may be knocked unconscious, buried under debris, blasted off the screen, trapped by their own scheme, otherwise unable to participate for a short time. After enough time passes, the character returns and can continue participating in the adventure. So it's just not like an instant comeback. Like you don't wait for half an hour, but you might make them wait for 5 minutes before they can just come back into the scene. Like you let some time pass, so it feels like they're out for a minute, right? This reflects the logic of classic cartoons, where characters routinely survive events that would be fatal in a realistic setting. Use memorable cartoon villains. Good cartoon opponents are entertaining rather than terrifying. Example, a greedy businessman, a mad inventor, a rival prankster, a bubbling criminal. Villains should create complications and comedy rather than serve as deadly threats. So they could be there to complain. They can be the guy who stumbles in, but they can also be guys who make it a little difficult for you. Like, closed door, you can't get out. Damn! Damn, can't get out. That guy closed doors. Yes, he did. And now he's laughing, walking out. That type of villain, right? Encourage running gags. Repeated jokes are a staple of a cartoon comedy. Examples. A character repeatedly steps in on the same rake. Right? Like he hit one time. Ow, that hurt. He comes back running around. You get the guy to run back up here. Boom, runs into it again. Like, you know what I mean? Like you want that type of funny. So repeated jokes. A character repeatedly steps into the same rake. A mailbox continuously causes trouble. A villain's inventions always malfunction. Right? The villain constantly has like these new guns or something, and they blow up on him, send him flying. Damage something else, but not you. Missed again. That type of thing. Running jokes help give the session the feel of an animated episode. Structure adventures like episodes. Think of them like an episode. Yeah. Like a 20-minute episode. You don't have to have a long. It can extend out. Most Toon adventures work best when they resemble a single cartoon episode. A simple structure. Introduce a problem. Characters attempt a solution. Chaos escalates. a ridiculous climax occurs. The episode ends with a final joke. The goal is not necessarily victory. The goal is creating an entertaining cartoon episode together. So it doesn't matter if everyone at the end just sort of falls on their face like, he got away. Yeah, he got away. So failure is not really failure in that. You get what I'm saying? Like it's meant to, there's some type of ending joke where you were trying to catch this guy from the start. Like, you guys all walk in, we're going to catch a dog. And you chase him, you try to trap, and you do all this. But at the end, he makes you look like an idiot. That's actually okay. That failure is not actually failure in the game too. That's an episode. So there, and those examples in that aren't just in the material. So I hope some of them are really good to help you get thinking, but watching the cartoons and all that can help too. Okay. Character creation. A simple character creation system. Character creation in Toon is designed to be quick and easy. Unlike many RPGs of the 1980s, players are not spending large amounts of time choosing equipment, calculated derived statics, or planning advanced paths. Most characters can be created in just a few minutes. That's good for conventional play. The focus is on creating an entertaining cartoon character rather than building an optimized character. I don't know how many times Daffy Duck lost his beak, but it was always funny. Yeah, that's you. There's the repeated thing, right? It's you get it. You get it. I hope you guys are going to enjoy this one, because I know I did a lot of talk in a couple hours, just some random talk. But the rundown here I think is really spot on for what this game is. Really is. Good advice here too. Examples. Well, I'm saying it's good advice. It worked for me. So I'm just giving you examples of stuff I did at the table when it's like notes I have for sessions I ran. So I think the examples will work for me. I think they work for you. Character creation is intentionally minimal. Intentionally. One of the design goals of Toon was getting characters into play quickly. Compared to many RPGs of the 1980s, there are few statistics, few calculations, little bookkeeping, very little time spent optimizing. The emphasis is on creating fun cartoon characters rather than mastering a complex character generation system. And as you could tell from the how to run it, it really is about creating the experience. So the funnier the character is instead of optimized, I hope you could just see the value and how important that is. Right? Like optimizing a character is so meaningless. Like it's okay to fail, for example. If it's funny, you have actually succeeded, even if you failed with your character to catch a dog, for example, at the end of that thing. That's actually success. As long as you had fun, as long as it was funny. Choose a cartoon character type. The first step is deciding what kind of cartoon character you are playing. Examples include rabbit, cat, duck, inventor, cowboy, alien, detective, superhero, parody. The concept comes first. The rules are then used to support the concept. Assign ability scores. Characters possess 4 ability scores. Muscle, physical strength. So muscle will be the first one, which is physical strength, fighting and lifting, and physical activities. Zip is speed, agility, reflexes, movement. Smarts is intelligence, problem solving, inventing, planning. Chutzpah is confidence, personality, determination, social interactions. These abilities are rated numerically and are used when resolving actions. Most actions in the game are ultimately resolved through these 4 abilities. Distribute character points. Players distribute a limited number of points amongst 4 abilities. Higher ratings improve the character's chance of succeeding when those abilities are tested during play. This allows players to emphasize the strengths that fit their character concept. For example, a rabbit may focus on zip because of speed. An inventor may focus on smarts. A strongman may focus on muscle. A trickster may focus on chutzpah. The goal is to maximize every score, the goal is not to maximize every score, but to create a character that fits the cartoon concept. Select sticks. Sticks are special cartoon abilities. They are one of the most important parts of the character creation because they help define what makes a character unique. Sticks represent the sort of exaggerated abilities, tricks, and gimmicks that make cartoon characters unique. Many cartoon concepts are defined more by their sticks than their ability scores. Reoccurring character traits. Many cartoon characters have reoccurring habits, weaknesses, examples, greed, curiosity, overconfidence, short tempers. These traits help create memorable comedic situations and recurring jokes. So the idea is if your character is greedy or they have a curiosity, you purposely have something to play into the scene. Like, okay, he's going to be curious. Okay, well, you know what that is, so he has to go be curious. If he's greedy, he's always going to want something to work out for him. You know what I mean? It gives you some type of focus, little bit of focus play, right? Build around a cartoon gimmick. Most successful Toon characters are built around a simple gimmick or comedic premise. Example, a rabbit who is always one step ahead. A duck with an explosive temper. You know that one. An inventor whose gadgets never work properly. Sounding familiar? A cat who is too lazy to do anything correctly. The gimmick often becomes more important than characters' ratings, number ratings. I put those in as little funny things. A rabbit who's always one step ahead. I'll let you figure that out. A duck with an explosive temper. Now, these aren't gimmicks from my own writing. I purposely put those in for cuteness. Hope you appreciate that. Now, anybody who knows, right? Keep the concept simple. Many classic cartoon characters can be described in a single sentence. Fast rabbit, angry duck, mad inventor, lazy cat. Build for trouble. The best Toon characters are not necessarily the most capable. They are the ones most likely to create amusing situations. A character who plans constantly backfire, a character whose plans constantly backfire may generate more entertaining episodes than a character who succeeds at everything. We know who that is. Certain Coyote. I got him this time. Beep, beep. No, you don't. Avoid realistic characters. Toon is built around exaggerated cartoon personalities. Characters are usually larger than life, easily recognized, defined by strong traits, driven by simple motivations. Subtle or highly realistic characters often work less effectively than broad cartoon archetypes. So, in a way, you're building someone initially to be a little ridiculous on their own. Think like a cartoon cast member. And they do mention this in the material as well. Think like a cartoon cast member. A Toon character should feel like they belong in a reoccurring cartoon series. Ask yourself, what joke does this character bring to the show? What usually gets them in trouble? Why would viewers remember them? Characters are often defined by a few memorable traits rather than detailed backgrounds. Look, if you're unsure and you think that's challenging for you, I know how many times, if you think that's challenging for you, just go watch some old cartoons. You'll notice the challenge goes away right away. You'll find yourself easily thinking up ideas that will work. The inspiration from watching some stuff, reading some stuff, it really does work. Really does. Think in episodes. Characters should fit the style of recurring cartoon episodes. Avoid concepts that depend on detailed backgrounds. Long-term character arcs or serious drama. Simple concepts often, you don't want that stuff. Simple concepts often work best. Let the sticks, SHTICKS, define the character. When choosing sticks, Focus on abilities that support the cartoon concept. A memorable stick often contributes more than the character's identity than a slightly higher ability score. For many Toon characters, the sticks are what make them stand out from the rest of the cast. Now, because the last part is very different with the setting stuff, that's what I mean. I hope you enjoy this. The reason I really wanted to start this stream early is I knew there'd only be so much to this, and even what I told you with how to run it, the fluff at the start, the character creation. Once I tell you this part, there's really nothing left to tell you. But the game is that simple. Go get the game, do what I suggested, play the game. It's easy. It's the advice stuff is really good because a lot of stuff I said here, examples and that, are not just in the material. So it's to help you get thinking and leading you in the direction of watching the cartoons. Explain the early stuff. Remind that you can do family, get drunk with mature people, play convention play. That's all stuff, again, they don't exactly point out in the material, right? They just expect you to. This is me directing you and trying to help you get the most out of this because there's a lot to get here. But it's me speeding you ahead, right? You don't got to figure it out. You just got to listen to me. All right, setting. No single official setting. Unlike many RPGs in the 1980s, Toon does not focus on a detailed official world. There is no equivalent to Greyhawk, Glorantha, Third Imperium. Instead, Toon provides a framework for creating cartoon worlds and adventures. The setting is whatever type of cartoon the group wants to play. A world governed by cartoon logic. The most important feature of any Toon setting is cartoon logic overrides realism. Examples. Characters survive explosions. Impossible inventions may function. Animals can talk. Gravity may stop working until characters notice they are falling. The world operates according to what is funny and entertaining rather than what is realistic. Inspired by classic cartoons. Most Toon campaigns draw inspiration from classic animated cartoons. Common elements include talking animals, rivalries, chase scenes, mad inventors, mischievous troublemakers, comedically incompetent authority figures. The setting should feel like a cartoon episode rather than a realistic world. Flexible genres. One of the unusual features of Toon is that nearly any genre can be adapted into a cartoon setting. Example, Western cartoons, science fiction cartoons, superhero cartoons, detective cartoons, like Gadget, Inspector Gadget, fairy tale cartoons, jungle adventure cartoons. The genre may change, but the cartoon style remains consistent. Reoccurring locations. So you don't have to have a whole setting, but this is going to be the important factor. You're going to be using these locations, recurring locations. Many cartoon settings revolve around a handful of familiar locations. Examples, and you can add more to this, but you sort of treat it like this. Examples: a town, a neighborhood, a laboratory, a farm, a city street, a desert canyon. Beep, beep. These locations often reappear from episode to episode and become part of the cast identity. So once you have, say you want to use a farm, that's your sandbox, mostly. Get it? Like, these places become mini sandboxes for most of what you're doing, right? Glorantha with a Toon might be good. If you're creative, yeah, for sure. I 100% agree with you, Craig. I could do a million things with it, of course, but I want people to at least understand the basics here. Reoccurring characters. Cartoon settings frequently feature reoccurring supporting characters. Examples: rivals, villains, authority figures, neighbors, shopkeepers, inventors. So it's not always villains, but just, you always have the shopkeeper who hey, Bob, hey, guys. Right? Like, it's guys who you become comfortable with, like just additional characters. sometimes they can be the villains that are going to be repeatedly showing up. Right? So shopkeepers and vendors, these characters help create familiar situations and reoccurring jokes. The more comfortable you get, and in a way, it lets you, the game master, also develop these NPCs. Because you'll come in with something plain Jane, your players will keep playing their characters, so they're going to develop it through role play. You got these guys you want to develop, you want to find where they're funny. That's all it is. A character-centered world. Unlike many RPG settings where the world exists independently of the characters, Toon settings are often built around the cast and their recurring conflicts. Locations supporting characters and events frequently exist to create opportunities for chases, rivalries, misunderstandings, competitions, comic disasters. So it's like, look, it's like playing D&D. The world is just there. It's happening no matter what you do. It doesn't care if you're around. This one is like, let's make this happen because the characters are here. Get it? So the setting is there for you to assist you in making the things happen. It's just a complete different. The setting is usually designed to support the cast in their adventures rather than simulate a realistic world. Continuity is often flexible. Many cartoon settings place less emphasis on strict continuity than other RPG worlds. Characters may survive disasters, return after major setbacks, appear unchanged from one episode to the next. They killed Kenny. Well, he's back to the next episode. The setting is usually more concerned with supporting the next adventure than maintaining a detailed ongoing history. So it's more about the next episode, and it can be episodic in that way where it's like what you continue over. It's not so much important what happened 10 episodes ago. It's the development of the characters. So you start off sort of dry, but you sort of find where that guy's funny, and you start emphasizing your character being funny about this. And over time, now everyone knows that character better for being funny through something you develop. What happened 10 episodes ago doesn't really matter so much to the 11th episode. So it's episodic in that way, right? And 41 minutes. Sorry, that's it. There you go. That's Toon, baby. That's how simple Toon is. The advice is great, I promise you. Even the advice for how to look at the setting and what you can do with the setting is good. All that stuff is really good. And if you go to play Toon and you listen to this, you'll be like, oh, that's money. What he said is money. The examples aren't in the book. That's going to be money for you to get you to think. I promise you, that's all money. It's all money. Good advice. All money, right? It just... And giving you the history of it's interesting. That's the fluff, so you can understand where it came from. That's an interesting concept, but the how to run the character creation, the setting, it's all money, but that's it. Now, GURPS tomorrow night. That will take me probably about maybe close to 2 hours to do that rundown. So 41 minutes tonight for this one. I timed it. When I started reading to now 41 minutes to do that rundown for Toon. I'm so used to reading through these things, I get in a rhythm. As much as I want to slow down, I think it's boring. So I go, right? Because I want these to be fun. I want every moment of it to be fun when you come to these. So there you go. That's Toon. Craig, I do a good job? Do you feel like you need to say anything that I didn't say? If you do, you're welcome to. The outside advice about the history of cartoons. Oh, that's great. That's fucking magic. You always are, Craig. Your earlier stuff is fucking magic. But is there anything you felt like I could have said about the Toon game? I didn't say? I think I nailed it. I think I fucking nailed it, but there's only so much to say. Right? And it's meant to sort of be that way. It's meant to be so simple that if I did get an hour out of it, man, I'd be pulling your leg. I'd have to fill that in with bullshit. And I'd have to turn it into something generic. Because I could have explained certain parts of that in a generic way. But I think that would be the Top Cat and City Sandbox advice would be all you need to know. But yeah, I agree with that. Uh, thank you very much. But I wanted it to feel like Toon. See, Monkey, I'm actually on your side. And I know from you, I seen you posting in a certain guy named Andrew's stream. So I know where you stand. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I didn't follow you, dude. That was just I was watching the stream and I was surprised. Is that fucking Monkey? That's fucking Monkey coming. What the fuck is he doing here? Right? Ironic though. But if you're like me, I don't give a shit about politics in games. That means it could be a guy that hates my fucking guts. And he hates me, calls me everything under the sun. But if he puts out a good game, I'll be like, that's a good tabletop role-playing game. Because I grew up, when I came into the hobby, we didn't care about that stuff. And some of the best people I've ever gamed with that taught me the game. That I formed relationships with. I have no regret over people I absolutely love. People I would, if I didn't have those relationships, there'd be an empty part of my life where people that in today's world, but we would definitely disagree on politics. But I'm so glad politics didn't matter. Didn't fucking matter. And so to me, if you make a good tabletop role-playing game and it's good for the hobby, I don't give a shit about your politics. And there's a lot of ideas you can put in there as long as you don't make it that I can't push an idea aside if I don't like it. As long as you make it like it's a lot of WotC stuff I don't care about because there are a lot of their ideas I can just go, yeah, I can push that to the side. I did that with old D&D. A lot of stuff I like push to the side, do what I want with it. As long as I can do that with your shit, we're okay. So I don't mind the idea of the new Toon maybe being from someone who had some weird things going on. No price for guessing. Combine the Toon attributes with Fudge. Yeah, you were saying that Toon and Fudge. I should have known you were going to bring that up. That's not the bad way, Craig. I'm surprised. I just forgot to relate Toon with the Fudge thing because I know you relate the two. But yeah, Monkey, I don't think you should have got any heat. Though, honestly, I'll be real with you, Monkey. I just don't know about the new Toon game. I mentioned it probably a few times here that there's a new Toon game, but I didn't even check out the history of the guy that made it. And nor do I give a fuck. I'm just not going to sit there and let politics eat up every fun thing I fucking do in life. I think that's bullshit. I think that comes down to YouTube and content and people bitching about things that it's like, hey, before YouTube was a thing, would I have cared back then? No. Am I going to let YouTube and content? It's like, oh, I need something to bitch about. No, I don't need something to bitch about all the time. It's pathetic. I don't care if you disagree with me on politics. It's gaming here. It's gaming. It's gaming. It's all that matters to me. And I don't care who I game with. And at the end of the day, like that, I game with many people, left, right, center, in between. I don't give a fuck. Just, look, here's all I ask for anybody. Can you leave it at the door? Yes. Let's play the game. That's it. Because that's all we did back then. Leave it at the fucking door. Don't preach at the fucking table. I won't preach. You don't preach. We're there. And game talk is universal. So ideas are universal. You don't have to line up every idea you mention with the fact that and I get that some ideas, there's ideas that come from people, like I wasn't religious in the past. I'm not really religious now. I believe in Christ, in God. But I was never religious. But I don't care if your idea comes from your religious belief. Don't preach the fucking religion. I don't care, but the idea, state the idea. Totally welcome. Because any idea can be used in these games. I don't care if your idea comes from your politics. Just don't need to hear about your politics. Right? So is it interesting? And Be open-minded about the fact that it's fantasy in your storytelling. Like, don't take a bad thing as promoting something in the real world. Like, these guys are slave owners. Are you promoting slave? No, dude, I'm not promoting it. That's considered bad in the game. It's part of the fucking storytelling. It's the bad guy does this. Or there is some element of fucking this place is sort of fucked up. Of course, nobody's going to accept slavery as something acceptable, but it might tell you that a place has some issues that you wouldn't agree with, but that's part of the reality that you face. There's prejudice against, for example, in D&D, against orcs or against elves. Shit, and if you're human, depending on where you are, there could be prejudice against you for being human. Right? But that's meant to make it interesting. How do you play around the prejudice? But is it about promoting prejudice in real life? Absolutely not. And no one's going to leave a game afterwards going, man, I'm more racist now that I did that. Nobody thinks that way. So you don't have to worry about influencing people or nothing. So just leave all that bullshit at the door. Understand that everything is done for the game. And as long as that's what we're all there for, I don't give a fuck. We're good. We're good. It's like, hey, dude, hate me. When you leave the door and we get out to the protest, you can fucking call me whatever you want, then hate me then. But at the table, let's talk about games and focus on games. That's all I say. That's all I say. Let's, there's a place and time for us to have the conversation if you really want to. But outside of that, when it comes to getting together for gaming, it's about gaming. That's all I ask anybody. And if you're too crazy that you can't do that, well then, yeah, you're all right. You're in the fucking circle. That's it. Because everybody I knew growing up from every side of the fence could do that. So suddenly you show up at the table and you're the one person who can't do it. It's not like, I'm a conservative. So if liberal showed up at the table, it wasn't like we put slavery in the game and he would accuse me of promoting slavery. He would understand it's for the game. So we would all know it's a neutral thing, not promoting something. Everyone would get that. It's all about the game. If you show up at the table and you're fucking on crack and you go, oh, you're promoting, get the fuck away from the game. You're out of the circle. If you can't leave your shit at the door and understand this has nothing to do with anything negative, if you can't get that through your head, get the fuck out. That's my one take on that. And how would it be sanitized, Craig? That'd be the weird thing. I'd like to know how they would do that. You're going to sanitize it away from the... I mean, if you look at Toon, it's so simplistic in the way it approaches the game. To me, I can't even understand why you'd make a new edition. I could see it being re-put out and re-promoted, the old game. But I can't see, like, let's make new rules and make it more detailed. But why? I think the old edition works. Shouldn't even need a first edition. Should just be Toon. And maybe re-promote it because it could work now. The old Toon, in my opinion, could work now. Now, the only update I would maybe consider is enhancing the ideas. Not thinking like it's stuck in the past. These were just ideas that you could use. Enhancing the places, giving some new maps. But if suddenly you go to look at it, it's like, it's promoting politics? I mean, what the fuck are you doing with the Toon game, man? What kind of brainwashing shit is this? You just get the fuck out of here with this shit. What are you doing? This is so neutral. There's not much you can do with Toon. And if you take it that far, I think you're fucking crazy. I think you've lost your mind. But that's my thing, because I don't care about politics in the game. So yeah, Monkey, I get what you're saying. People giving you heat over that, I think that's stupid. They give you heat over that. I would hope the guy himself isn't too fucking crazy. It's like, you're in the tabletop role-playing game hobby. That's why when I hear the WotC and the Pathfinder go, we're getting rid of slavery, I'm like, well, dude, you're getting rid of it as if we put it into promote. It's like, we don't like slavery. I'm like, Conan, What now? And do you think Conan has slavery in it to promote slavery? No, of course not. Everyone knows it doesn't. No one played Conan afterwards and, hey man, I think slavery was a good thing. Nobody ever fucking thought that after playing it. I've never sat there and put somewhere where there's some pirate traders that have slaves and suddenly people walk out of the game going, you know what, that slavery thing was pretty good. Like, no one has ever walked out of the game thinking that. And then you might think, well, what if it hurts the feelings of some people? I would say here's my first take on it. If it hurts your feelings, you're uninformed. Everybody's been a slave, dude. Everybody. White Irish slaves, white slaves in Africa. I know that because my family has a history of being white slaves in Africa, captured the ship. So my own family, we never had slaves ever in my family, but we were actually slaves of black people. So we were slaves of black people in Africa. That's for my family, but that's the only history I have with slavery is my white family were slaves to black people that were their slave masters. So that's the only history I have related to slavery. We had no slaves. My white family had black slave masters. There you go. That's my history with slavery right there. And his Traveler Next is based on the colonization of the 18th century. And colonization was done by every race. Slavery was done by every race. Colonizing was done by every race. In some cases, colonization is bad. In some cases, people would still be living in a fucking cave if they weren't. And that's nuance. That's not me making that up to hurt anyone's feelings. You study history. Okay, these people really weren't going to get ahead. And actually, in some cases, it cost the colonizers money. They would go there, and in some cases, you feel like they were people off over here, but in some cases, it would cost them money. Because they get there and the people are suffering so bad, they actually had to lift them up out of their fucking bad situation. The next thing you know, it's costing them to colonize an area and improve life for people there. So not all colonization is bad either, and every race did colonization. So I want you to know this about history. Look, it just makes it where nobody should have hurt feelings. So I'd be like, hey, I put slavery, and so somebody comes into my game and says, well, I feel like it hurts my feeling. Well, I'm pretty sure the black slave masters of my family, they probably enjoyed it, but I'm not hurt by it happening. We never had slaves, and my white family had black slave masters. Yet I'm able to play with slavery without taking it personal. So, cool down there, kiddo. It's not like the end of the fucking world. And plus, we're in a different timeline, different life. We can look back at the past and not be hurt by it. Like, grow the fuck up. Everybody was racist. Everybody hated everybody else. All throughout time, people have killed each other for many reasons. Every group killed the other groups. It wasn't just white did all this. Actually, slavery starts with everybody slaving each other in their own race. So whites were enslaving whites. Blacks were enslaving blacks. Asians enslaved Asians. And at certain points, you start having where some of the race groups cross over. That's all that happened. Now, I don't bring that up to be political. It's not about that. It's just saying that's why these issues, the only way you're bothered by them is if you're uninformed. It's like if you're uninformed, I get it. But who has the problem there? The game or you? You. So I'm not saying it politically. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. Truth is truth. It's not about winning a debate. It doesn't matter what I think politically. It doesn't even matter what you think politically. Truth is truth. Truth remains truth. Colonization was nuanced. Truth is truth. Slavery was nuanced. Truth is truth. It just doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. Truth is truth. There's things that, no matter where we disagree in politics, there's things that we should all be able to be neutral on. Like, that's just an area where it's like, yeah, everybody enslaved everybody else. Okay. So one group doesn't have to feel like they've been abused more than others. You're not a special case. Sorry. Trust me, my family never had a slave. And we were enslaved by black people. I don't hate black people over that happening. You don't see me going, where's my fucking money? And based on their standards, I should be able to do that, but I don't. Based on their standards. Not my own. I don't care. I don't blame what black people did in the past for modern day black people. I don't look at modern day black people and go, it's your fault. Because it's not. They weren't born like wanting to enslave my family, so I don't fucking hate them. I look at the individual black people that did it back then and go, they were fucking awful. But I count people as individuals. I don't count people as groups in that way. It's like, hey, Charlie, the black guy I worked with. Yeah, I just see you as Charlie. I don't think you're a guy who wants to enslave my family. And I don't care if you're the same color skin of the guys who enslaved my family. I don't really look at that as a connection. I just don't. I don't group people together that way. It's stupid. Now, will I profile people? Yes. But people have to always watch my language when I criticize it loud. So if I notice there is a group behavior, I try not to group people, but if there's a group behavior, yeah, if 70% of that group behaves a certain way, I will say it. But I'll say 70% of people, these people do this. That's just, you have to acknowledge it. I'm saying 30% don't. So if the statement is actually racist, I have to say everyone in that group does that when it's obviously that's not going to be true. That would be bigotry. But hey, if there's like fucking 60% of your fucking group that's acting a certain way, I might tell you the harsh truth. And it won't sound appealing, but I'm still saying 40 or 30% don't. That means that me acknowledging not all people in your group are bad. If I acknowledge not all people in your group are bad, it means I don't hate everybody that looks like you. That means overall, it's not a bigoted comment. I'm not racist. But hey, if you want to, and I say to people that want to ever accuse me of racism, you better be intelligent and you better be right. Bigotry would mean I look at every person where everybody in your group can't be that way. And if I say everybody in your group is that way, I'm racist. That's true bigotry. But hey, if in profiling, a lot of people that look like you do that, you might hear me be very honest about that. Again, the second I acknowledge so many of the people don't, that's not bigotry in itself. That's just profiling, critical thinking, and consideration of the facts and truth. And you can't sit there and speak truth and have truth called bigotry, especially when you're careful with your language and you understand that everybody's doing the same thing. It's called critical thinking, looking at evidence and profiling. We do that to keep safe, to know what surrounds us. Like I talked about stuff going on in Canada. I said, well, down here it's like this. Well, at no point do I say all these people are bad or all these people are. What I do say is a lot of them might do a certain behavior. So I see a lot of them doing a certain behavior. That's not all of them. That's a lot of the people I'm saying. And that's an observation. And so I'm not saying everybody, which it can't be everyone. It's obviously I'm saying there's not bad people amongst them all. That means I'm okay with them overall, no matter what they look like in that way. But hey, if I went around and I see a bunch of people with a backwards hat on, and 70% of those people are running around hitting people with bats, I'd be like, yeah, 70% of people wearing backwards hats are fucking dangerous. That's profiling, critical thinking, and taking in the evidence of facts. That's all it is. Now, I hate to say it, sometimes it might not be a backwards hat. It might be the color of your skin, right? That seems to be part of the profile. So I came home, connected the wireless headset, baked the cake, and now sitting down eating leftover game pizza from the bathroom from earlier in the evening. So first all I hear is all the love and love the coverage. Thank you. I hope you did catch the whole Toon thing because it wasn't long. It was only 41 minutes, and I was able to break that down fast. I think it's a great game. And Black Rose, you got some kids. When they ever get to a certain age, you want them to try this. Come back to this. The Toon thing would be a great game to introduce them to. It's absolutely the perfect game for you and your kids. Absolutely the perfect game. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Or My Little Pony. Keep them away from My Little Pony. I think you take, well, I don't know. It's kids. I don't give a fuck. I don't sit there and have all that fucking issue with stuff. I never turned out a certain way because I liked The Little Mermaid when I was a kid. Yes, I went and seen Little Mermaid, loved the fucking singing and all that, the original Disney cartoon. I didn't turn out to be a fairy something. Well, then Toon is apps because it's so easy. Be so easy for you to run. It's so easy for her to understand and play. That's the brilliance of it. It's so easy, and the elements you would give her are perfect cartoon stuff and the type of proper character. It's like it's fucking built for family and kids. And you can have fun with it. Here's the crazy thing, Black Rose. You could take this to your mature players, and if you guys all wanted to sit down one night and have a bunch of drinks and that, it'd be easy to run even while you're having a sip, drinking. And it fucking Jesus fuck, it could be a fucking load of fun with adults having some drinks and getting a little smashed and playing. Might even be fun for some of the younger people that you run for at the that place, right? Actually, yeah. Especially if you get some more younger people coming in, Toon would be a great, like, hey guys, you want to do something that's like funny? And you're not going to get the conflict either. It's going to take social conflict away. So where characters don't die and you don't go, it's not meant to create like social conflict. It's a perfect game for easing people up and getting them to focus on being funny instead of conflicting. Oh yeah, and it is first edition you want to go to because it is the classic cartoon stuff. I don't know about the new stuff. I really don't. I don't want to advise anything on that. But the reason I like the classic, and I think the reason Craig liked the classic, I think the reason even Monkey probably liked the classic, it has to do with cartoons that we all know and grew up by, and we know it works for kids. Like we know all the classic Popeye the Sailor Man, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, you know what I mean, Goofy. Like all that stuff works, right? All that stuff works, and especially even before the Disney stuff, all that stuff really works really well. It's exactly that. And you don't have to break your head putting it together. It's so simple. So simple. And it'd be an excuse for you to sit down and go, especially if you guys knew it, like you knew you're going to run it for. It'd be a great excuse to sit down for a couple hours the night before or something and watch old cartoons with her. You know what I mean? Like actually on purpose. Maybe she's seen some of the stuff, but if she hasn't, it'd be great for you to sit down with her and you two can have a laugh at that stuff. It will get you hyped. It will get her hyped. Next day, there you are playing out all of that cool stuff. So it's a double whammy. Gives you a reason to sit down and watch the stuff with her. Bang, right? And again, you don't got to do that with the older adults. That can just be the drinking. Takes care of you. Chugging Rugby Pizza, and I'm pretty sure I've heard more F words the whole last stream. Loving it. When I get outside of the shit of the stream, yeah, then we fucking go, right? I can curse like a storm. I sometimes try to cut back, especially with the videos. Or when I'm doing the rundown, so if you want to skip over some of the more casual stuff, when I get to the rundown, The odd F-bomb can drop, but it's very few. So if you want to just listen to the rundown, it's good. Oh, it definitely is. I wish more people understood how good Toon is. And it was good back in the day. So it was actually well known. But it's sort of like lost in time. And for all the convention play going on right now, I'm like, man, this should be revived. Like, not, and if you have an issue with the new stuff, fair enough. Skip the new stuff. But the old stuff, especially for the older convention guys, it's just so good. It's so good. And if you're already an older guy from the old school and you got grandkids or kids, dude, here you are. And it's all about just getting to role playing. It skips over all the shit. So if your kids are going to like role playing, it's a great way for them to get right to it. Yeah, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that. Talk about some of the stuff there with some of the political stuff. I think some of that's just stupid. That was the only thing I was mentioning. I think that's why I was sour about that stuff. Other people are sour because they're like it's all about politics to them. Where I'm just like, look, I have my own political opinions. I just leave it under the hobby. But like to the point of even my arguments about certain things are just like not really political, more like just being informed should take care of the shit, right? Oh, I hear that, monkey. You know what? If people got more games out of it because you did that, that's a valuable thing you did. That's a very valuable thing you did. If you nailed it, it's an extremely valuable thing you did. Especially if you don't use it much yourself. Yeah, sure, I get it, right? I can run it without the book. Like I know the mechanics well enough, I just run it. Like if I showed up to your place and said, "Okay, let's play Toon," you'd be like, "What? You get the book or the thing printed out?" Nah, I don't need to. You'd be like, "Really? Yeah." The odd games I can do that. Odd games like certain like second edition, I can do most of that out of my head. Toon, I can do it in my head. A lot of elements of certain games I can do it in my head, but I'd still need the book for certain, just a reminder for certain mechanics, right? Like Paranoia, I would need the book for certain things, but there's a lot of things where I could just do out of my head. Castle Falkenstein, because I tried so hard to get good at it, I can actually do like, and that should impress people. Anybody who knows Castle Falkenstein, when I say I can do 80% of that out of my head, any game master who's trying to run that should be like, okay, fuck, if you could do that, that's fucking impressive. Yeah, that's how much I worked on getting that game down. Yeah, I can do that. That's a fucking hard game to do. Bushido, on the other hand, that's one where it's just where I don't live in feudal Japan. So I can remember some social rules, but that one I need to be reminded. It's hard because there's only so much I can remember about the consequences and the rules. But the second I start reading, it just doesn't take me long to take it in. I could take it in really quickly and then start right away. Like other people would probably have to take some notes down, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Once I do the ring bell thing, I'll remember the consequences and the rules. But it's just like a quick skimming over it just to get a reminder to go bang in, right? Call of Cthulhu, I can mostly do off the top of my head. Unlimited Heroes, be different, like a Palladium game. That one, I probably need some of the book stuff. But I mean, there's a lot of elements about it I can just off the top of my head. Just saying. Traveler, most of it off the top of my head. Most of it off the top of my head. Easy peasy. Traveler so easy, it's too simple. I hear that, and that's funny that Toon works so well at fudging that way. But it does, it gives you direction. I can see why you do that. It just makes sense to give you direction. Each one of those little things have meaning to them. So I can see exactly why that works, Craig. I get it. It just gives you some direction. It's all it is. It's just helping direct you. Like, if you can sort of have an idea in your head of how that direction would fudge, from what I know about fudge, yeah, I mean, you could pull that up, but I can see how it'd be much more effective mentally to use the Toon thing. So Toon does have a little bit of the structure, but it's a very minor amount. But again, what I like about the minor bit of structure is it's not structure a kid can't handle. It is so common, but that's probably why you like it, Craig, because it is common sense. But it's great. It's a great directional level of common sense. Where you need the common sense for your thinking, it helps you think. And it's as effective for a kid as it would be for a grown adult. So it's like minor manipulation. It's again, we're back to the minor manipulation. That's all that is minor words for manipulation to get you in a direction, right? And it works. It works just well in kids as adults. Minor manipulation to direct you. Direct you is good. That's what they're good for. Direction. Cyberpunk, that was one where it took me a while. I took me a while as a game master to really start getting that right, because I really had a hard time trying to figure out how I would make sure all the players would have their characters played out in a certain way. Like it sounds so difficult to have a scene where boom. It's not until I really considered that basic spotlighting, which should have been what I figured out, which the game was trying to get me to do in the first place, but it doesn't say it directly too well. But it's spotlighting from DC heroes and villains and vigilantes. That once you realize that Cyberpunk designer just wants you to do spotlighting properly, you go, okay, I felt stupid. I felt so stupid when I put those two things together. It's like, because I was doing it pretty well, and I was sort of spotlighting it instinctively. But then when I realized it's just spotlighting, oh, for fuck's sake, yeah, spotlight. And then you apply the common sense you learn from those other games to Cyberpunk, and you realize do that 70 to 80% of the time of the game. There you go. You got it. It's just the other games explain it so much better, so much more clear. Right. I hated some old text from certain nerds and designers, because even though I could understand them after a bit, what pissed me off is I hate when people explain something where they're trying to sound more intelligent than what they are. It's like, if you're telling me something basic, just shut the fuck up and tell me the basic thing. Piss off with your fucking word salad. Just say it direct. I hate that shit. I hate it. Because it's like, I'm a performer. I want to perform and get it right. Clarity should always be good. And if we can't get away from mediocre people coming into the hobby, clarity becomes something that helps people that are less, let's be honest, less talented do better. Like, the better they understand the shit, the better they do. It's as simple as that, right? The better they understand the shit, the better they do. There's no other way to look at it. Have to get that later. But yeah, that's why it's like, I don't mind the idea of a difficult explanation put in, I guess, if you're trying to keep certain people out. But once the hobby was never going to keep those people out. So the idea that you're trying to keep certain people out, which is the intent, trust me, designers did not want. They were just, it wasn't like they didn't want them in. They just never thought they had to build games for them. So in a certain way, there's a certain level of mediocrity that is just completely ignored. I sort of get it. Fudge, the objective results contribute more to roleplay than abstract numbers. Everyone understands instantly the meaning of a terrible or great result. Yeah. It's common sense. That's what you're playing on. It's straightforward common sense. And if that's oh, it's being really communicated, well, then that's what you want to communicate. And it shouldn't be like you need people to stretch around trying to figure that out. And if that's the intention, you want people to like, it's manipulation in a way where I mean, like, if it's meant to be that way, and I want you to take it in that way, well, then I want to put in words that communicate that way, so you will think that way of it. If I don't, this is where minor manipulation you can fuck around with it. A minor change in words can confuse people to have them see something totally different. That's where I say manipulation isn't always as advanced as people think it is. It can be very minor in tweaks. Where I can say bad and okay. Right? And if I say bad at one end and okay at the other end, okay is not epic. Okay could just be okay. But how do I want a little change in words? So those words mean big time for how people. It's minor, but it is going to change how people see anything. So even though the number could be something of like, oh, you just hit the peak. But if the peak just says okay, well, then it's okay. Or if you use other wording to be seen as okay. You get what I'm saying? I'm being more plain Jane there than I should be, right? It's like even color coding can be very important. Color coding can be very important. Red is bad. Red is good. Red is underground. I'm doing that with the gatekeeping stuff for the Neo TTRPG System. Still making some decisions on that stuff, but almost done that. That's why you guys didn't see me put out content for a couple of days here. I spent the last 2 days working on a lot of the Neo TTRPG System update. Hopefully to get that out sooner than later. But I do get everything covered for until the end of June. I'm probably not going to update streams until somewhere in the middle of June. So I want people to focus on the streams coming up instead of just like keep peeling out forever, right? In terms of Toon, terrible result in the bathroom might be the funniest too. Yeah. Yeah, fucking toilet blows up on you. You know, you're the pee back at you. I don't know if that's exactly what you mean, but that's I could imagine. Or the tub or something. Something happens to the tub. Boop. Yeah, Toon is great. Toon is great. I've over drilled on that. Rundown was pretty good. Talk afterwards. I overly tried to promote it as best I could. Family, adults getting drunk, the whole nine. Convention play. Toon, I have thrown as much promote Toon gimmicks at it as I possibly could. I don't think I could say something better at this point about it. If you like the old Popeye, the Sailor Man cartoons, Warner Brothers, and I say Animaniacs, even though it doesn't say that, I think Animaniacs just picked up on a lot of the old cartoon styles. That's why I say it's still something that it makes me feel like that's part of it to you. And there's ideas in that are slightly new that you could apply to the Toon game really easy, like certain other scenes in that. That's exactly what I mean. Like, yeah, you go in, pee, or the toilet blows up on you, or you hit the ceiling from you're sitting on flush. Boom. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I heard something interesting about Ninja Turtles. Here's a cartoon that's not even part of Toon, but I'll give you something really random. Something I found out recently that I didn't. It's not like something you look for. But I thought this was interesting. Since we're talking about cartoons, just since we're talking about cartoons. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because I did cover the game recently. Okay, so Master Splinter, if you look at the 4 character types, Raphael, an aggressive guy, Michelangelo is sort of like the crazy, all over the place type of guy. Donatello, you're a smart, intelligent guy who likes all this advanced technical stuff. And Leonardo is like your moral guy, really kind, nice, sweet guy, right? Master Splinter in the cartoon, or the whole thing, he gives them their weapons to balance out each character. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this. Yes. A lot of people love that one. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I'm glad you enjoyed it. For a lot of old timers, it reminds them of what they went through when they were younger. And it just tells people a lot about how old school D&D taught you the game through your experiences with monsters, how a little bit of carelessness can wake you up and make you play better, right? It's all about improving the play. But the game is not about having a DM preach to you about how you should play. You just go into the game, and the game has its own consequences. And those consequences are interesting. Like, they're fun and scary, and it's a great, it's a great way of failing. If you get my, like, it's such an interesting experience. It's not like something you cry about afterwards. It's like, fuck, that was crazy. But that intensifies your experience. So it's something to walk away with that you're happy with, right? It's a great way to educate you about paying attention to everything else. And that it's going to improve you in other games too. It's just a great wake-up call. Great wake-up call. Now, it's covering Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So Splinter gives them each weapons to sort of balance out the Ninja Turtles. So look at Raphael, very aggressive guy, and he gives them what size? What are those weapons all about? Defense. Those weapons are all about taking people's weapons out. They're all about defense. And that's the idea is the weapon is to, for gear, because of how much people value gear, because gear is your life sometimes. You can hang your hat on that. And it's so sensitive to players because they realize the value of their gear. To have your gear broken and how much it costs, and you only have so much money and you're never guaranteed what's going to happen next, right? It's scary, not just for you, but as I point out the thing, it's like, all right, run. What, is it going to kill us? No, it's going to destroy my sword. You're going to kill my weapon. You're going to kill my nice armor, right? So yeah, good stuff there. That's an excellent video. A lot of people love that video. It's one of those ones where I got lucky hitting that out of the park, and it felt good doing the video. Because, it was old DMing stuff, right? Old DMing stuff, good old time stuff. Stuff that I don't think the new school appreciates that much. And new school is about fight board game, where the old school is about actually getting in and experiencing things, feeling out a setting, feeling out the dungeon, feeling out your mistakes, and learning as player, and player skill mattering, because you learn from the mistake, but now it's on you to pay attention. There's no dice that help you pay attention. It's you as a player that pays attention. So old school D&D in many ways really, really leans on you having your own skill as a player, right? So it's effective in that way. Really, really good stuff. Michelangelo uses the nunchucks, but what's he, a crazy guy all over the place? But the nunchucks is one of the most accurate using weapons there are. If you make mistakes with it, you will hit yourself, ram yourself between legs. Like, it's again, each one of these weapons for the Ninja Turtles is balancing them out. Donatello, very technical guy, boo, 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 boo. Well, here's a stick, dude. How much can you do with that? How much can your common sense outside of all the technical stuff work? It's all about balancing out each one. The last one is Leonardo with the swords. Very moral, nice guy, doesn't really want to hurt people. But sometimes you got to kill. And the sword is a killing weapon. So it's saying sometimes you got to kill to defend yourself. Like you got to defend what's yours. You got to do this. I just thought that was an interesting take. I never really thought about the weapons balancing out each one of the character types from that. So I'm done with that one. There you go. I thought that'd be interesting. But yes, rust monsters, scary to look at. Yeah. I think the aim of the Ninja Turtles that aligns to defense more than to the weapons. There are heroes trying to save the lives against evil. Heroes defend. Oh, I get it. But if you actually go back to the guys who wrote the original comics before the cartoon came out, if you actually read the aggressive stuff, the swords are meant to tell Leonardo that, like, sometimes because they're weapons that are less about defense and more about attack and kill. That is to say, to a guy who's very moral and doesn't want to hurt somebody, sometimes you might have to go that far. Raphael is a very aggressive character, so he likes to be very aggressive. But what's the size? Size are about defense. Calm down. Michelangelo is a crazy all over the place guy, but you got to focus when you use nunchucks. So no matter how crazy he is, the idea of nunchucks is to keep focus because it's a focus weapon. With Donatello, even though his thinking is all over the place, he can forget to use his common sense. So what's a stick? Stick brings him back to sort of common sense thinking. And the idea, I guess, what Splinter gave him these weapons is it's a balance out of each character. But I agree, they're heroes. I mean, it's not like Leonardo's running around killing innocent people. But it's just to say the concepts behind the weapons are to balance out the characters, right? It's to say, hey, for example, one's aggressive, but here's your defense weapons. One's really not aggressive, here's your sword, right? So it's not like Leonardo's out killing people, but I sort of get it's a mentality rather than saying kill. It's just a balancing out of, hey, you can't be stuck in this zone. You need, like Michelangelo, you need to focus, even though he has a hard time focusing. Gives him a weapon that requires a lot of focus, right? So I just didn't know that about them. I heard a guy do it, and I went and checked out interviews of the guys who made the comics for them back in the 80s. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what they did with the weapons. There's a balancing out of the character types. I didn't know that about them. I thought that was just an interesting thing, and I've loved the Ninja Turtles for years. Only something I found out recently. So I thought that would be interesting to share. But yeah, I mean, overall, they're going to be heroes. I mean, you're not wrong in that sense. They're not out to hurt people. All of it's in defense of people. I think that's pretty obvious. I just thought it was interesting to see how the weapons balance out the character types, right? It makes sense. Like, why would these have these specific weapons? Okay, but fuck. All right, that's cool. That makes sense. I call this my Joe Rogan time. That's why you're seeing me casually puff away. Joe Rogan casual time on streams. I'm here for at least hopefully another 30 minutes. Try to hit 4 hours. I've been trying to make 4 hours casual. 4 hours for every stream. If I can. Now, tomorrow night, guys, especially my new friend here, I'm covering GURPS. So if you only heard about GURPS or little bits about GURPS and you want to know what it is, I'll give you the whole 9 yards. I'm gonna tell you exactly what GURPS is. So if you want to play GURPS, you'll know if you want to play GURPS after my stream. You won't walk away going, oh, I sort of get it. No, these streams, when I cover these games, that's the great thing about it. If you were like, I wonder what GURPS is about. Well, you don't get to buy the books. Come listen to the stream. Then you'll know. Any game I've covered, any game you see that I've covered, you'll know. So it's like Rollmaster. If you want to know what Rollmaster is, go listen to the stream. You'll know what Rollmaster is. If you want to know, like the recent Paranoia game I covered, or if you want to know that, there's Paranoia. all good. When I cover the games, I tell you everything you need to know, everything you would want to know beyond buying the material. So I just get you to the stage where if you were thinking about getting the game, this will tell you. Like the streams will tell you what you need to know so you can decide if that's a game you want to pick up. And the streams are accurate. It's all fact based. That's why I call it fact based coverage. So it's facts. So when you go in to check it out, what I tell you will align, right? Might have to fall be a stressful day and beat, get an 80-year-old birthday party hosting tomorrow, and the kids will be up soon. I've enjoyed the stream brutally for two. Oh, yeah, you had your second edition game tonight. Was that with your buddies or with the young guys? Yeah, most likely. Good night there, Black Rose. But yeah, if you get a conk, you get a conk. I hear you. I appreciate you staying around for the tune because that will let me sell you the game. So when you're, like you said, your young daughter is almost ready to game, that will be the game you want to introduce her to. Go get it. Go print it out. Go whatever cheap way you can find it. Get it. Play that game with her. She'll love it. She'll fucking love that game. You're safe with two. And it'd be a great game to get because you're older, and especially like I said, the younger guys at that place you go run game, and even your older buddies, because I know you all drink. If you guys need a break from serious gaming, have a smash thing. Get fucking drunk. It's easy to run. You can fucking run it, no problem. You can run it like breathing air. Oh, a new one. You started a new one. That was Longtime Friends. New campaign. Oh, the World of Warhammer one. Yeah, you were telling me you were going to do that. That's right. Second edition in the World of Warhammer. Because we talked about Warhammer and I got you hyped on the Warhammer. I got you thinking about it. Then you do, well, maybe it's not me. Maybe just our conversation in general. I think you were telling me that night we talked about it. I got to run Warhammer. Second edition, of course, because they know the rules, so it's why I have to make them learn a whole fucking new set. Totally get that. Totally get that. Though, if you guys need a break in between, but session 0, I'd ask you more details, but you're ready to conk out. So I want to ask you what characters they made. I'd be wondering if you made kits for that one, for the Warhammer thing. It's Warhammer. So it'd be like, who'd be your fucking Space Marine? And is it World of Warhammer as far as you got guns, or is it just the fantasy? I don't fucking know. I don't know how that works. I don't know the RPG version of Warhammer. I only know the war game. And even that, the lore is iffy for me, as you know. I just know the game itself because I played that like the Wars 20 sometimes. And if you ever need guns for second edition, let me know. I can supply you a set of rules for second edition guns that will work, Black Rose. You'll appreciate it. And you can adjust them to whatever you need. So I can supply you that if you need them. Just let me know. I can even tell you how they work if you need more details. But most likely, other than you're going to say something, get a good sleep. Not exactly, Craig, but it's light. It is light in the aspect of light. It's very light because it put it this way, Tones and Trolls, imagine AD&D is light. Original Dungeons and Dragons is light. Imagine a guy who makes a game lighter than that, who looks at AD&D and goes, that's too much. It is. But you got to understand, when he made it, back at the time, there wasn't like a lot to compare it to, so I guess to him it was a lot. Now to us, you look back at AD&D and you go, I don't know how anybody could see that as a lot. Oh, Half-Elf Sinist. Ooh. Doing psionics. Very smart. Glad you can handle that. Half-Elf Ranger. 2 half-elves. Oh, let me guess. Ranger's going for the weapons, for the plus. Yep. human cleric of Shillelagh, healing goddess for the healing, and a tiefling, which I love second edition tieflings. I do not like Watsy tieflings, but the devilish tieflings for second edition, if that's what you're running, that's a good thing. Yeah, which is also a gypsy, multi-class, thief binder class from 3. Killer, dude. Fucking killer. What are you thinking? Joking. You're partly fucking killing me. There's enough options for second edition, even the splat books. What are you fucking doing? We're good on guns using the setting gear, which is Renaissance era with flintlocks, experimental weapons like the repeater muskets, and using setting for magic. I still think my guns are better. Way better. And, but I hear you. Yeah, the second edition tiefling is fucking beautiful because it's not the same as the Watsy version. Basically, that's 2 different tieflings. All right. I even said because I don't believe in letting players play the tiefling, but I like the tiefling like I like drow NPCs. So the second edition tiefling, I do actually promote as something good as an NPC type of use for DMs for second edition. So in that way, I say tieflings are good, but it's NPC only, not player optional. I wouldn't let a player play a tiefling ever. But that's personal taste, Black Rose. I know you. And you got some weird Norway friends. Fucking Norway. I'm joking. But in one way, I mean it, because I know Norway fucking people are sometimes out there, but not in a bad way. Probably actually pretty good for fucking the role-playing gimmick, right? The kind of mindsets you can find out there. So in that way, I'd appreciate it. But I preferably would I'd still use tieflings in the setting, which I have, but I prefer to use them like drow, NPC only. I don't do drow player characters are no-go. Now that's personal taste, old school, because I just never thought of having them as player characters. I just like the idea that there's some things that belong to me as a DM. Players are like, can I play a drow? You can't touch my fucking drow. Your drow, yeah, they're mine. Like the goblins. They belong to me. I'll let you do half orcs. I'm letting the player get the tiefling race either, but with his backstory and how he explained it, I just offered him the choice to play it as an exception and became awesome. Don't let him blow it up. Don't let him blow it up. Should be fucking very... Whenever I let a player do that got to be someone I fucking trust. That's very important when I let people play exceptional things. They got to prove to me that they are the type of player I can give that type of option to. Right? There are some players that can do things that you can't let every other player do. Like there's some players you just know you can trust. Like this guy won't fuck with it. I know he'll be creative. But he's proven that to me, so I can let him play something well. That guy over there, fuck. Not a chance. And also, I like using that stuff so much, I'm just like... And I torture the fucker. Like, you would not want to... See, even if I said yes to a tiefling, an experienced player of mine would be like... Experienced player in my game would be like, some guy's like, I'm going to play tiefling. And if he heard me say yes, he would just go, hey, dude, I don't think you should. And the guy would be like, why? Well, you'll know. Steven's going to fuck with you. And not punish him, but you're half demon. You think you just get to hang out? I'm not out to punish you, but we're going to play real. Think you just float around as a half demon? And somebody won't want to come talk to you? Shit won't be aimed at you that you are not expecting. You know how much fun. See, it's worse thing. It's not that I exactly want to say no, but if I said yes to it, if I play into it, I'll play into it. But you got to be ready for what that means. You're a half demon from another fucking realm. What if Daddy wants to see you? Oh, shit's not gonna be like you're not like a person. Shit's gonna want to come see you. You're going to attract certain kinds of things. The rest of the group is going to have to deal with whatever you fucking attract. Right? Because you're half demon. No freebie there, boy. You're not just like a person floating around looking cool. We ain't playing cosplay. You're half demon. That's going to attract a lot of shit your way. And there could be secret societies that want to know who you are. Oh, you're just floating around as a half demon? You think you just do that in the town? You think religious groups would let you just walk in? Church finds out you're in town. You think there won't be an issue? Holy fuck, man. You'd open a fucking door you probably would not want to open in my game. That's what the experienced player would be sort of hinting at you, like, oh, for fuck's sake, Steven's gonna fucking fuck with this dude. He's not gonna do it to punish you. He's just gonna do it to be realistic. And the worst thing is Steven's going to enjoy it, but he's not gonna be able to punish you. But you just got to be able to deal with the shit coming your way. The churches are gonna be fucking wanting to know who you fucking are. People are gonna be able to sense who you are. Magic users might want your fucking skin and blood. Oh, there'll be some wicked guys up there. For nightmares, being haunted by dark entities. It's all character concept, just fits. Group's so hyped for it. I hope they can handle it, because that's where I blow up guys. A lot of guys think they can handle that shit, and then they get so far into it, they're like, it's like the paranoia game I talked about the other day. I've had guys, I had 2 guys, my first go at that. I had a pretty large group for that, like 8 players start that one. 2 of them dropped out halfway through. They were like, dude, this is too stressful. And they, to this day, they would tell you they don't think I ran it badly. They just fucking knew I was going to fuck around with the whole thing. Half orcs and half giants for player races. Never let someone play tiefling before, but hey, you got the experience, dude. But you can't let it go. I'm not saying punish them, but you can't take it easy on him either. Not if you want him to feel what it is to be a tiefling, a second edition tiefling. You can't let that go. If not, he won't even experience what it's meant to be. Secret society should be out looking for him. If any wizard hears about him that has the psych like neutral or even something evil, they want his shit. If churches hear about him, holy fuck, you think he can hang out in town? And if he looks a certain way, do you think they're going to just let him in? You walk up to the guards. No. I mean, to the point where the guard sees him. Shh. The fuck? Like, the players might wonder what's going on. Guards ready to fucking draw on you. Better be so much heat that they got to fucking hide out in the woods. Or even gets to the point where it's like, all right, dude, you got to camp out in the woods. We'll go into town and do some shopping. But I'm not saying it has to be that bad in every case. There could be exceptions where the guards let some funky people in this town, like, what the fuck are you? And there can't just be casual other tieflings saying it. It's not like most of the people are going to be like fucking, oh, look, it's a tiefling. There's no race of tieflings with second edition. See, they treat it like a race for third edition. If you're doing proper tiefling, There's no race. There's no casual tieflings hanging around. They would not be normalized anywhere. Almost anybody who's going to see this character, it's going to be like the first time they've ever seen anything like this. Fuck. Like, what? What are you? A tiefling? Man, I gotta check if I'm even allowed to let you in. So some guys might let you in, but it still be under pressure. Church might demand that you gotta go anyway. Oh, yeah. I mean, they can do that. Wear the hood. But it depends how much. Some towns might be very security type. That means if you show up with a hood, they're just like, the guards are like, yeah, hood down. So imagine what happens then. See, they show up with the typical hood. We got to see who that is. Guards can be last line defense, right? Hey, if they're okay with the fucking stick up their ass difficulty they'll go through, put it on them. Make them feel it. Trust me, they'll feel it. And inconvenience shouldn't be a reason you don't play something. So I'm not saying it's a reason not to play. Let them enjoy. Hopefully they enjoy it. I hope they do. It's like trying to play a half giant or something. You can barely get through any door. Look, there's nothing wrong with inconvenience. You should never run away from it. But should there be inconvenience for this character? Holy fuck right. Yeah, not a chance. Not a chance. Most should just automatically turn this guy down. And even if he gets into a place, there could be protest outside where he's at. Get him the fuck out of here. And then hunt it too. Anybody finds out about him, a guard sees you. One of the guards is corrupt, but he doesn't say much. He goes and passes off information. Secret society finds out about you. Or that wizard that wants your fucking horns. He finds out about you. So forget just running into a fucking monster on the fucking your random encounters. It's gonna be like shit's gonna be hunting your ass down. that guy wants your bones and your blood and your horns and your skin. And then what if there is another tiefling and he finds out about you? He might not like having another tiefling around, or he wants to use you. Or he has some wicked game going on, like, you want to help out with this? And if not, I could burn your friends to death. Then what? Holy shit. If they can handle it, put it on them. All right, dude. Yeah. Take care. GURPS tomorrow. It's going to be a good one. Make sure you're here for that one so you can chat during the GURPS. I get a lot of meat on the bone. All right, take care. Have a good night, dude. Fuck, I'd have too much fun with the tiefling thing, guys. But I don't think any one of my experienced players would even want to play a tiefling in my game, because they just know. They'd be like, "Yeah, I get this great idea." And actually, realistically, Steven would have. Oh shit! No, okay, I'm gonna pass on that one. It's not like they think I run it badly. They just know I wouldn't half-ass it. It'd be like it's like shit. Do I want to stick up my ass that badly? Nah. It's like it's interesting, but that's just fucking too hard. Too hard. I fucking bring the heat. I'd have too much fun. I promise. It's not like I totally would say even. It's like even to a drow. It's like I sort of get where Black Rose was coming from. I'm not saying I would totally say no to a drow. But goddamn, do you know how hard it would be to play a drow in my game? Because drow are not like just casual people hanging out in towns. They're considered enemies, monsters, or they're not considered like normalcy. So there's not like no like community that just has some drow walking around. So You're like, drow could be like demons. Like you walk in as a drow and they can, holy fuck. You would not want to be a drow in my game. So even if you came to me and I said yes, one of my experienced players would be looking over at you right away like, you sure you want to fucking do that in this game? Steven's not going to purposely punch you, but he's going to stick a stick straight up your fucking ass. Jesus Christ, dude. This is going to be one of the hardest games we ever play. Hardest campaigns with you in here. They would know what it means right away because heat would come that way. Just casually being a drow up on the surface. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that in my game. Do not want to do that. I am old school. I'd enjoy that too much, though. There's a side of me that wouldn't be against it. That's where my players would tell you. It's a cursed thing. It's Steve would enjoy it, but he enjoys the fucking with you aspect of the game when he can. That's why I like paranoia. Players would tell you they know I love running paranoia, but it's because of friend computer. Like Steven is friend computer, the AI. Like it's almost like the friend computer is him. It's like the game is made for me as a game master. It's like, especially he's supposed to be nice, but he's still supposed to give you bad information, make it all dangerous. Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, it's all right. You would not want to trust that cunt if it's me running it. Just being serious. It's not like I'm out to torture people. I just like, I think it's actually interesting. So I actually wouldn't be trying to, even the paranoia game with the friend computer, I never ran it like I wanted to torture players. It's just, I have fun with making it an experience. If players can enjoy it, that's great. There's the odd player out there that really can enjoy the holy fuck, it's hard for me to get into a place. Like the challenges of dealing with that stuff, right? Like being the drow or being the tiefling. There are the odd players that can deal with the challenges of that in my game. But they'll tell you it's not for the faint of heart, so don't go into it if you think it's just going to be a little bit of problem. It's like, because it won't be. It's not meant to be. So if another DM is making that not much of an issue for you, in my opinion, they're failing. So it should be a huge issue, right? So you're just going to get it correct from me. That's all that's going to happen. So don't go into it with the illusion like, hey, man, it's going to be challenging. And you think it's like, oh, challenging, you get in, you're okay. No. It's challenging. And you're going to feel it. And know it. No getting around challenging. Pacific Punch. I like the artwork. It's one of my favorites. I usually only get these two. It's my other favorite. Pipeline Punch. I don't mind the orange when it comes to the no sugar ones, but I'm not a big fan of most of the no sugar ones. It's not the no sugar that turns me off. I just don't like the taste. And I don't drink. I drink a little soda now, but it's that no sugar soda. Mostly still water outside of this stuff, and I don't drink this that often. So, I hope it was a good stream. I had a good time. Tomorrow night is GURPS. Now let me give you a rundown on this stuff. I know I did it earlier, but for anybody who's new here or just come around, I always like to remind. So GURPS is tomorrow night. On the 4th, I'm covering the setting Dark Sun, Old School Dungeons and Dragons. On the 6th, on Saturday, Dangerous Journeys. And then that Sunday is going to be Star Wars RPG. For Craig, well, so far, Craig and Black Rose, and anybody else who wants to become a member, I'm going to be covering Babylon 5, the role-playing game, June 10th on Wednesday. And then I'm going to be covering, on the 11th, Old School D&D, the setting Mysteria, with a special focus on Odyssey and the Savage Coast. And that game that Craig mentioned tonight that he loves, I'm going to be covering on the 13th on Saturday, Fudge. And then that Sunday, I'm going to cover Metamorphosis Alpha. Now, I do another stream every Tuesday off script. I'm not going to keep stating those for this. So every Tuesday is off script. What that means is it's not a specific game night. It's this. Just shoot the shit with you guys. On the 18th, I'm covering the Old School D&D stream, the Temple of Elemental Evil. That Saturday on the 20th, I'm covering Prince Valiant. And then Deadlands, the game that inspired Savage World. And then the second, because I do 2 members-only streams every month, the second members-only stream on the 24th is going to be Hollow Earth Expedition. On the 25th, on that Thursday, I'm going to be covering the historical reference series. Came out around the 2nd edition era. And it covers like the real world stuff, like Roman stuff, right? And then at the end of the month, on the 27th on Saturday and the 28th, on the 27th, it's going to be 2 conspiracy theory games well focused on the topic of conspiracy theory. Unknown Armies on the 27th, and then Tribe 8 on the 28th. The last stream of June, which is what I'm scheduled up to, is just full out through June. The last stream, of course, will be an off-script stream. There you go. Okay, guys. Greg, Monkey, I love you. New people love you. Anyone who's just been hanging out, thank you very much for sticking around. All that good stuff. I love you all. You know how that works. Give Craig a moment unless he's on the phone or something. Give you a second to say goodbye there, buddy boy. If you don't say goodbye in a certain amount of time, I'm taking off. You know that. Oh, there he is. Monkey. You're welcome, Monkey. Love you. Thank you very much here, Craig. It is. It really is. I 100% agree.